Welcome to the St. Catharines Hydro Inc. Annual Shareholder Meeting. Our first item on the agenda is I'm calling the meeting to order and the adoption of the agenda. The Deputy Clerk has advised there are no amendments to the agenda. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? And that's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the previous shareholder minutes? The resolution's on the screen? Not yet?
No,
okay. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the minutes of the annual shareholder meeting held on October 16th, 2023 be approved. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Phillips. All those in favor? And that's carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Hearing none, seeing none. Item number 5, annual Electra update. I now call upon Brian Vance, President and CEO of Electra Inc., to provide the annual Electra report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you see the slides and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board, council at the annual general meeting. It's been a busy year, and as we move through substantial industry changes in the energy sector. With me here today are members of the Electra management team. Before I get into my remarks, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chair, in your capacity as a director of Electra for providing value insights and contributions to the Electra board. As I said, the main issue facing most electricity distributors over the next 3, 5, 10 years is going to be the notion of electrification. We're looking at substantial increases in electricity demand over this period. That's brought about by a couple of things: organic growth, so connecting new customers; e-mobility, connecting more electric vehicles to our grid; and the whole idea of data center load and artificial intelligence, which is increasing electricity demand dramatically. And then finally, fuel switching from traditionally gas heated and cooled homes to either air source or ground source heat pumps. We're looking at a doubling or tripling of electrical load over the next 5 to 10 years. And in the face of that challenge, opportunity, we look at a number of things with respect to our performance. Specifically with respect to our reliability indices, our affordability indices, and sustainability. So in the top left corner, you have a sample of utility bills for an average residential customer consuming 700 kilowatt hours a month. The green bar is Electra's rates in St. Catharines, which are approximately $122. And that's 3.5% less than the LDC average, which is the dark gray shaded board, or about $50 a year for the average residential customer, because our costs are relatively lower and our rates are relatively lower. With respect to reliability indices on the right-hand side, the top right corner is what we call our SAFE, which is the frequency of outages. So the average customer sees just over 1 outage per year, which is about 11% better than the LDC average of 1.18. And then the second element of that is how long is the average outage for a customer. So in Ontario, across Ontario, the average customer sees an hour and a half of outages, 1.49 hours. Electra's about 50 minutes. A lot of that is because of the state of our distribution system and the automation that we put into our system, including automated switching and our response, crew's response when there is an outage. And then finally, on the sustainability, bottom left, Corporate Knights is an organization that rates ESG, environmental sustainability, governance goals for utilities with revenues over $1 billion. Electra was rated the highest rated utility on their ESG scale in Canada, and number 8 across all industries. So that takes 25 factors into account across the ESG spectrum. And so we're proud of that acknowledgement. Next slide. So I mentioned about the growth rate. The independent electricity system operator is accountable to the province of Ontario and manages the physical and financial market in Ontario. So electricity needs to be dispatched in real time. All the generators in Niagara Falls, Adam Beck, Pickering, Darlington have to be dispatched into the grid. The ISO does that. They also do planning and do forecasting. So their prediction is that we're going to see 2% compounded annual growth rate in energy consumption over the next 25 years. And provincial consumption will increase from 154 terawatt hours to 245 terawatt hours, which is about a 60% increase for some of the reasons we were talking about. So this will require significant investment in the distribution grid, especially with respect to capital and growth. One of the drivers I mentioned earlier was the EV penetration rates. In 2023, there were 151,000 electric vehicles in Ontario, which represented 1.7% of all vehicles. The ISO is forecasting that by 2025, we're going to see 400,000 electric vehicles. So it's increasing pretty significantly, notwithstanding the fact that we probably have tamped down some of those forecasts over the last year or so. It's still significant. By 2050, the ISO is forecasting there'll be 11.5 million electric vehicles on the grid, and that will account for 42 terawatt hours of energy. So you saw before the increase of 154 to 245 is just under 100 terawatt hours of energy. Almost half of that is coming from EV penetration rates. And then, policy and regulation can impact that. There are current standards for zero emission vehicles, whether they hold or not to be seen, but we do expect the adoption rate of EVs to increase at about that 13% annual growth rate. Next slide. We look at some of the trends that are driving this change in the sector. Some of it, we call it the 4 Ds. So the first one is decentralization. This is the trend towards more distributed energy resources, so electric vehicles in the home, battery walls, solar panels, the data centers having their own generation behind the meter. There's more distributed energy resources at the edge of the grid. So that's a trend that's happening. Of course, decarbonization. Ontario has 95% decarbonized grid today. And so continuing that and promoting Ontario as a place to invest and grow is a policy objective of the current government. And so the grid is an integral part of that. Having the capacity on the grid is going to be very important to meet those decarbonization objectives going forward. Digitalization is taking digital technologies, and whether it's through the customer experience, so online self-serve, customers can use the internet, use mobile devices to, if they have a change of occupancy, or they want to check their bill, or they want to pay their bill, doing that online is more efficient and enhances the customer experience. We still have traditional methods of doing that, but more and more we're using digital technologies to enhance the customer experience, and also grid operation, having real-time predictive analytics so we can operate the system in real time, self-healing grids. And then with that, of course, we have elevated concerns and risk management with respect to cybersecurity. And then finally, the 4th D is around democratization. So this is about customers engaging in the grid more, community-based grids, microgrids, large industrials, being paid for the power that they have, injecting back into the grid if they have generators, or demand response, they can curtail load, and we can pay them for that. So just having more community-oriented power, and also Indigenous communities as well have participated in the long-term procurement, the LT2 with the ISO, and are becoming larger investors in the electricity system. Next slide. So Electra's strategy, strategy 2.0, builds on these trends And effectively, our goal is to enable the trends through digital technologies and really focusing on three things. In the Venn diagram on the top right-hand side, the customer, having best-in-class customer experience, customer service, building a grid that enables those decarbonization objectives, that two-way power flow, and engaging consumers in the energy economy, and then managing growth on the grid, but also growth through businesses, non-regulated businesses we're investing in, like our storm restoration business. The storm restoration business we own in New Brunswick currently has 750 power line technicians deployed to North Carolina dealing with the storm Helene, and they provide a lot of storm restoration services in the Northeast and Ontario, and that's a business because of climate impacts on power grids that we're very much focused in on. Next slide. So moving forward to our asset program in St. Catharines in 2024, we're progressing on plan with respect to the investments that we expect to make within the city. We're providing additional capacity and switching capabilities to the downtown area. So I was talking about that lower SAIDI and SAFE number, putting those multiple feeds into the downtown area and coupling that with automation improves the reliability of the downtown core. So we're focusing on building that those technologies to supply the grid downtown more effectively. At the same time, we have cables on our system that need to be replaced. So we're on a continuous path towards what we call cable injection, which extends the life of an underground cable that is in the trench below the road or in the sidewalk, that we inject with cable and the insulating jacket. It extends the life. So we're doing that on Bunting Road and Carleton Street areas of the city currently. We're supporting the bridge relocation work at the J.R. Stork Bridge, and we've begun relocating the electrical infrastructure. Again, our automation program has been completed with those 6 new automated devices installed and commissioned to modernize the grid. We expect to complete $9 million of capital infrastructure in St. Catharines before year end. And then finally, in the Port Dalhousie area, we're looking at putting the feasibility of undergrounding the electricity infrastructure on Main Street. And that's going to be in 2 blocks, one from Martindale Road to Corbett, and then Corbett to Lock Street. So we expect the cost estimate to come in within 6 months. We've been working with Councillor Garcia on that, and seeing the feasibility of undergrounding in the Port Dalhousie area. Our Electric Cares community support program has been very active, touches many frontline agencies and institutional partners in St. Catharines and throughout the Niagara region. Our investment in community support programs in St. Catharines was $70,000 in 23 and $96,000 in 2024. Our priority is on youth and families in disadvantaged communities, access to health care, food security issues, and homelessness prevention programs. In addition to our annual charitable donations, we've had several multi-year strategic partnerships, including the Downtown Lighting Project with the City of St. Catharines, where we have committed $36,000 over 3 years. We're in year 2. And with the YWCA Niagara's Home for Good Shelter, committing $50,000 over 5 years. In 2024, we also sponsored the World Rowing Championships at the Royal Canadian Henley Rowing Course. I had the chance with our board chair to attend that event and provide some of the medalists with maple syrup, Canadian maple syrup, during the medal presentations. And we our sponsorship teams were on site for the week at the Fan Festival with giveaways and energy saving info for customers. In 2023 and 24, we continued to support activities in St. Catharines through the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce. including Mayor Cisco's State of the City, Niagara Regional Chair Jim Bradley State of the Region, the Niagara Business Achievement Awards, and Women in Business Awards. We also continue to support the City of St. Catharines at the municipal level by sponsoring the Mayor's Golf Tournament and to support the regional level with the Regional Chairs Golf Tournament. Moving on to government relations and advocacy, we've been very active and have strong relations with the provincial government, the IESO, the OEB, and several industry trade associations. We're a collaborative partner, providing our expertise and advice to the government on how to successfully transition transportation and heating fuels from fossil sources to green electricity. Our advocacy was effective in aligning the recommendations from the Electrification and Energy Transition Panel with our own, which reported to the provincial government. And we've also been effective in bringing conservation and demand management programs back into the LDC customer service portfolios. We're going to be delivering those programs again, marketing them for the IESO, and that will begin in 2025. At the federal government level, we've been pursuing changes to the Federal Income Tax Act to relax what we call the departure tax restrictions, to provide shareholders with options to raise capital for investment into the grid without triggering that tax. As we go through the electorate's growth over the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to require substantial investments in capital, and in order to maintain our capital structure, about 60% debt, 40% equity, we're going to require new sources of equity to fund our balance sheet. So this is where this federal tax advocacy becomes very important, so we can potentially source those new sources of equity going forward. In terms of our financial results in 2023, good performance on net income, notwithstanding the challenges presented in 23. Our net income was almost $140 million. And that was $3 million favorable to the 2023 budget and $17 million higher than in 2022. This was met by increased distribution revenue on account of the Ontario Energy Board approved rates, coupled with prudent cost management. There is stability and consistency in Electra's financial performance, despite impacts of the pandemic in 2020, 2021, followed by high inflationary environment. Electra continues to grow, and on average, revenues have been growing at about 3% a year since its formation in 2017, and our operating profit, or EBITDA, has grown about 6% a year over the same period. Our competitive businesses continue to be highly complementary to the incumbent regulated business. Over the last 4 years, our non-regulated arm, Electra Energy Services, EBITDA, has been consistently growing from $2 million in 2020 to $22 million in 2023, mainly due to the acquisition of that storm restoration business I was talking about earlier, our sub-metering business, and our distributed energy resource assets. Electra continues to have one of the strongest franchise areas in Ontario. We serve almost 4 million people in the province, with high customer growth potential, adding approximately 10,000 new customers every year. Electra has an increasing asset base with the continued focus on investment within the utility. Rate-based growth has been 4.4% on a year-over-year basis, and we invest approximately $300 million in net capital year over year. And finally, with respect to dividends, our policy targets for dividends is 60% of shared consolidated net income. And so with the 2023 budget, dividends were $80.4 million, actual budgeted. They're actually $82 million, which was slightly higher, $1.6 million above budget. As presented on the slide, since the Electra merger, Electra has declared over $500 million of dividends to the inaugural shareholder group. Specifically, the Electra merger has provided St. Catharines with dividends of almost $25 million, $24.7 million, which is $4.5 million, or 22.5% greater than the standalone option if the municipality had not merged. Moving on to our future outlook, prior to Electra's rebasing in 2027, Consolidated net income continues to grow steadily, and dividends on common share follow the net income trajectory. Mr. Chair, that summarizes my comments, and be happy to take any questions that you or the board or council may have. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Benz? Oh, I'll start with Councillor Williamson first.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Benz. The Holland Power services in New Brunswick. So this group operates like, I guess, mercenaries, for no other better word. If there's an emergency, they will go out and restore services across North America, or most east coast of North America.
Yes, we have a roster of almost 1,000 part-time employees who are line personnel trained, and we have standing agreements with a lot of the larger investor-owned utilities, like Eversource, which serves Massachusetts, Nova Scotia Power, Hydro One, National Grid, which serves New York. So whenever there are power outages, we have an activation, and the crews go down and restore the power. We were asked by Duke Energy 2 weeks ago to assist them with the anticipated storm damage that was a result of Hurricane Helene. So yes.
Thank you. And then just in terms of other alternatives to fossil fuels, City of Toronto, we know, has they pump cold water out of the bottom of Lake Ontario for district cooling. Is there any opportunities like that, or do you require the density of a downtown Toronto for that kind of a massive capital project to take place moving forward? Is there opportunities anywhere else to do that?
Yes, there are opportunities in district heating in new developments. We have looked at that, explored that. We're partnering with the GTAA in terms of their expansions and looking at how we can supply behind the meter green solutions. So yes, we're actively pursuing those things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to touch on the Holland Power, maybe Mr. Benz, you can mention where they just located an office in the Niagara region?
Yes, we just opened an office in Fort Erie, and so we had the mayor there, and that's a good location for us because we can dispatch crews into the U.S. And National Grid service area is Western New York. So as I mentioned, we have an agreement with them. Plus, we can dispatch into Ontario as well. So about 100 FTEs there.
Perfect, thank you. The next question, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. Mr. Benz, you talked about the factors that are causing the increase in demand for the product, and you said that the annual increase in demand will be 2%, which is very high. And my question is, what about the supply side? How's the supply side going to meet that demand?
So the ISO is responsible for that. You've heard a lot about the expansion of the nuclear fleet in Ontario, the refurbishment of Darlington. They've extended the life on Pickering B, basically going to rebuild that facility called Pickering C. So substantial capacity with respect to the nuclear assets. The province is looking at another RFP coming up within the next year or so for 5,000 megawatts of wind, solar, and storage. So, and the ISO is the counterparty to do that. They're the procurement arm of the province of Ontario. So, yeah, they're very active in terms of having sufficient generation to meet the anticipated demand growth.
And what can we do in the city of St. Catharines as a small utility? We are a producer of electricity, and are there any other opportunities in the city to extend that production? Some time ago, we looked at a plant at Chicluna, and that turned out not to be cost effective. Now, is there anything else we can do as a small utility? Any other investment opportunities in this area?
On the generation side, I mean, the government, you know, we are looking at, as Electra with AES Energy Solutions, we're looking at responding to that RFP we were successful in the expedited long-term procurement. We got an 80 megawatt storage facility in Vaughan. We could do a similar thing in St. Catharines if we have a storage or renewable site and working with the city, if we can locate land, and council is supportive of that because council has to approve that application. That's where I would see the best opportunity. We could speak to city staff in terms of opportunities of partnering with the city on that 5,000 megawatt RFP.
Okay, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter. I'm just wondering, I have a lot of people asking questions about electrical vehicles. Are we going to be able to meet the demand that we're thinking could come from having electric vehicles?
Yes, we've done a number of studies on the impact of electric vehicles on residential subdivisions primarily. So it's the transformer, the mini pad transformer in the subdivision. It typically serves 8 to 12 homes. If you had 7 or 8 electric vehicles on that transformer and they're all charging at level 2 one time, you can damage the transformer. But there's things that we can do like time of use rates. So make sure that consumers, we promoted the 2-cent rate that basically is across Ontario now. So off-peak charging is very important. We're putting in smart metering technology that tells us when a customer is charging their EV on level 2, and we can actually use intelligence to cycle the charging, to take the strain off the transformer. So there's things we can do like that. And just working with the OEMs, the automotive manufacturers, and the metering companies to manage charging in the car itself. We can use remote devices to say what the charging status of the electric vehicle is. So a customer could say, I will use potentially that battery in the car to inject power back into the grid or not charge, and we can pay them for that because we know what the charging status is on the grid. So there's time of use rates, AMI, upsizing transformers, working on design standards with transformer manufacturers, and just consumer awareness are probably the main things that we do.
Okay. So you said that the transformers in new subdivisions, are we installing those before or are we doing it kind of like on?
Yes, it's actually the older ones. So, there aren't many left, but a 50 kVA transformer is probably the smallest. You want to get them at least 200 kVA sized. Depends on the service size in the home. Okay. And the electrical load in the home too, but we want to make sure they're all they have the capacity to handle the EV load.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Chair, to the presenter. I hear a lot of people asking questions, and is there any talk about incineration plants in Ontario to burn our garbage to make electricity? It's a
we looked at that. Stuff. Yeah, we looked at that a while ago, and it's something we may revisit. We're looking at gasification, there's a revenue model with respect to tipping fees and the production of electricity. It hasn't been as I'll say prominent in the last several years, but something we could revisit and get back to you on.
Yeah, I think because we keep hearing the costs of transporting our garbage out of country, Michigan is as well, and everybody's running out of space. That would seem like logical down the road that we could actually generate income probably by getting people to pay us to take their garbage, and then we can generate electricity from it as well, right?
We'd be happy to talk to the city officials about that further.
I guess it's just a matter of nobody wants it in their backyard, of course, right?
That's right. Yes, exactly.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Could I get a counselor to move the motion to receive Counselor Lindell, seconded by Counselor Stevens? All those in favor? And that's carried. I guess for all the electorate people online, you guys could exit the meeting if you'd like, and thank you very much for the presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome. The next item on the agenda is the annual resolutions, the audited financial statements. Can I get a mover of the resolution? Is it up on the board? Oh, moved by Councillor Garcia, seconded by Mayor Cisco. Are there any questions for the audited financial statement? Seeing none, is it a recorded vote? I'll call a recorded vote.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell. Yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
And Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
The next item on the agenda is the appointment of the auditor. Can I have a counselor move the motion? Or Deputy Mayor Phillips, seconded by Counselor Williamson. Are there any questions about the motion? Hearing none, can I look to the clerk for the recorded vote?
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
The next item, the 2024 to 2028 business plan. Can I have a mover of the motion? Counselor Lindell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Phillips. Are there any questions about the business plan? Seeing, did you want to speak to it if there's no questions, or? Okay, sure, you can speak to it.
There we go. All right, so good evening, shareholders. I know the chair likes to run an efficient meeting, so I'll be brief, but I did want to take this opportunity to highlight a few items from the 2024 to 2028 business plan for St. Catharines Hydro. So the first is just dividend and interest payments made to the city as the shareholder of St. Catharines Hydro. Those are budgeted for by the city, and they do help to reduce the net property tax levy. The second is the payments made to the shareholder in 2023. St. Catharines Hydro made just shy of $4.9 million in payments to the city, made up of the dividends from Electra, from the generation company, and promissory note interest. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight some key amounts from the 5 years of the business plan. So over the course of the business plan, lasting that 24 to 28 period, we are looking to invest $3.5 million in capital improvements to the generating station, to have about $3.9 million of dividend income flow from Genco through to the city, have about $2.75 million of interest paid to the city, and to flow through over $18 million of dividends from Electra. So over those 5 years, roughly $25 million through to the city. So I wanted to take the chance to highlight that.
I guess I have just a little question. Does that include when the board and the structure of the business was changed? There's the $4.8 million in savings and the staff savings included in there?
Sorry, through the chair, those are not savings per se. So I think you're referencing there was some savings made due to the changes in the structure that occurred between 2018 and up to today. So it's a present number that continues to grow. That is not included. it is included, but is not included in those numbers, so it helps to increase the net income, which turns into dividends paid to the city.
Perfect, thank you. So moving along, we have a mover, Councillor Lindell, and a seconder, Councillor Phillips, and I'm going to look to the clerk for the recorded vote.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
And Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
There are no in-camera items, so the next item on the agenda is confirmation of all acts. Can I have a motion or a mover, please? Councillor Williamson, seconded by Councillor Stevens. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll look to the deputy clerk to vote.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And Chair Harris.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Now the most important part of the meeting. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Dodge, seconded by Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Always efficient.
Always efficient. Well, it dragged on a little bit with Stevens asking questions.
Good evening and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, October the 7th, 2024. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. At this time, I'd like to look to Councillor McPherson for the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishbek peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I'd like to welcome everybody to tonight's council meeting for October the 7th. I wanted to start by letting everybody know about a celebration of life that will be held to remember former St. Catharines Mayor and longtime teacher Al Unwin on Sunday, October 20th at Henley Island from 1 until 4 p.m. Unwin served as a councillor for the Port Dalhousie ward for 3 consecutive terms starting in 1986 before running successfully for mayor in 1994. Family and friends are holding the celebration of life in Port Dalhousie to toast his many accomplishments and acknowledge his lasting legacy in the community. Earlier in September, the city hosted our annual Trillium Awards, which recognizes property owners who create gorgeous front yard gardens and landscapes to help beautify our community. I want to take this time to congratulate all of this year's winners. Your dedication to enhancing the beauty of our community is greatly appreciated. I also want to thank those members of council who were able to come out and celebrate with the winners from their wards. The St. Catharines Twinning Association invited representatives to the Twinning Trade Reception at the St. Catharines Museum and Welland Canals Center recently, and the event offered a valuable opportunity for networking and exploring international trade partnerships with Trinidad and Tobago, featuring guest Senator Paula Gopi-Skoon, the Minister of Trade and Industry. Earlier in September, I presented at the Urban Economic Forum on sustainable tourism and financing strategies, focusing on Niagara's and Ontario's wine industry, which adds over $1 billion to Canada's GDP. I also highlighted St. Catharines City Council's 2024 approval of a service agreement with the town of Lincoln to form a joint destination marketing organization. The DMO aims to promote St. Catharines, boost tourism, enhance visitor experiences, attract investment, and create quality local jobs. On September 27th, the St. Catharines community came together for the National Truth and Reconciliation flag raising in recognition of Orange Shirt Day and the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It also highlighted the city's commitment to fostering meaningful relationships with the Indigenous communities, including a partnership with the Niagara Regional Native Center to promote awareness, inclusivity, and support for Indigenous-led activities. Grape and wine season has wrapped up. It was a fantastic celebration this year. The festivities kicked off with performances by Kim Mitchell and Crash Test Dummies at Montebello Park, with a portion of ticket sales supporting community care. The Grape Stomp on Friday was a hit, with my team, the Next Gen Grape Goers team, and the Bell Media team battling it out. I'm sad to say I did not walk away with Top Stomper this year, but we are pretty sure that our barrel was rigged, and actually the hole there, the grape juice comes out, was smaller than everybody else's. And I think I can prove it actually, but I'm not going to get into that here. The Grand Parade was a huge success, a great participation and generous food donations for community care. I want to say once again, thanks to John Bedford for hooking me up with a St. Catharines Stompers jersey and hat for my outfit this year. And I want to thank everybody who came out and made the weekend memorable. On September 29th, I was pleased to MC the 10th anniversary of the Superhero Run in support of the Niagara Children's Center. The event drew more than 400 participants and raised $151,000 to go towards the expansion of services, allowing the center to support even more families across the region. I want to say a big thank you to all the volunteers, the sponsors, and the superheroes who made the event unforgettable. On October 2nd, I hosted a DEI town hall held at the First Ontario Performing Arts Center. The event focused on engaging with equity-deserving members of the community to be able to share their perspectives and concerns directly with me, and I want to thank all that came out and shared their insights. This past Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending the 10th annual Nurturing Our Roots Powwow, a vibrant celebration of our Indigenous communities. The event not only marked the anniversary of the powwow, but also highlighted the 50-year presence of the Niagara Regional Native Center in our community. The atmosphere was filled with joy as we enjoyed traditional dance, drumming, and delicious food, all while browsing unique crafts with local vendors. And I want to thank the leadership at the Niagara Regional Native Center for hosting another great powwow. The city is accepting applications from local volunteer groups to assist in offering up outdoor skating in their neighborhoods again this year. Now entering its 6th season, the city's community outdoor ice rink program allows volunteer groups to build, operate, and maintain outdoor ice rinks in city-owned parks. The city will support up to 6 rink locations and offers grants of up to $1,000 per rink to help cover costs. Applications are due by October 31st at 4:30 p.m. and you can get more information at stcatharines.ca/outdoor rinks. On to the grand openings. We had a great time at the grand opening of Hata, a Ukrainian and Euro deli located at 359 Carlton Street. The family-owned business extended a warm welcome to everyone, and they truly embody that personal touch that makes local shopping special. Highly recommend paying a visit to Hata when you get the chance. I went with Councillor Stevens, and he was able to identify all the delicious things I should be picking up, which I did, and he was an excellent host, so make sure to bring him with you. It's definitely worth the time. And on Saturday, I had the opportunity to attend the grand reopening of the Port Dalhousie Public Library, highlighting its essential role as a community hub for learning and connection. Recent enhancements have been aimed at improving the user experience, and the library continues to support lifelong learning and literacy for residents of all ages. I want to thank CEO Ken Sue and the board for all their hard work in bringing much-needed updates to the Port branch, and I want to thank Councillor Williamson for his speech at the library on Saturday. It was very well received, and better than I would have done because he understands all of the history in the area and could speak to it from a different perspective than I would have necessarily. As part of our Mayor Links monthly visits, I had the chance to go to the Brock campus and speak with Dr. Amanda Bell, the Assistant Dean of McMaster's Niagara Regional Campus. We discussed ways to support the next generation of physicians and toured the Cairns Family Health and Bioscience Research Complex. And I also had the opportunity to visit Code Ninjas, where kids are learning to code and develop valuable skills for the future. I even got to join my team for a round of Kahoot, and I am still the reigning champion in that, which was wonderful. I want to say congratulations for Deputy Fire Chief Andrea DeJong, who was recently named the Ontario Municipal Fire Prevention Officers Association Fire Chief of the Year. That is a mouthful. The award's in recognition of her contributions to fire prevention and fire safety in St. Catharines, as well as her work with the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs. Thank you to Deputy DeJong for your leadership, and congratulations on this well-deserved honor. And finally, a couple of upcoming events that we want to make sure everybody's aware of. First of all, registration, and this one is probably the one that will get the most attention. Registration opens this Wednesday, October 9th at 8 a.m. for the St. Catharines residents to reserve a free tree as part of the 2024 Fall Tree Giveaway. Residents can select their free tree in advance online with white spruce, serviceberry, white oak, and American hazelnut species available. The number of trees is limited, and varieties are offered on a first-come, first-served basis online. Once successfully registered, residents will then have to pick up their tree on Saturday, October 26th from 8 to 11 at Lancaster Park on Wood Street. So again, the portal opens up at 8 a.m. on October 9th, this Wednesday, for the free tree giveaway. Residents of St. Catharines are invited to participate in a telephone town hall on this Wednesday, October 9th at 7 p.m. to provide feedback on the readoption of the city's 2025 and 2026 budgets. This is an opportunity for residents to voice their opinions and ask questions about the city's financial plans, and feedback from the community will help shape the mayor's budget and potential amendments from councillors, which will be introduced following my presentation on November the 6th. To participate, residents should be by their phones at 7 p.m. on October 9th when they will receive a call from the city. You can sign up to ensure that you get a call or remove yourself from the call list by visiting stcatharines.ca/budget call. And finally, we are approaching Thanksgiving this week, so I want to wish everyone a wonderful long weekend filled with time spent with family and friends. I hope you enjoy delicious meals, you have wonderful moments, and you stay safe and warm, and I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. With that, are there any councillors who would like to add to the mayor's report this evening? Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. My wife Susan and I went to the recent Foster Festival play on Saturday night at Mandeville Theatre. It was really a unique play. It's not a Foster play. What they've done is they invited playwrights from throughout Canada to submit their plays, and they whittle it down from 300 applications down to one, and it's called Time and Tide, and it's based in Newfoundland, so you get a lot of heavy Newfoundland accent in this play. It's hilarious, it's heartwarming. I really, really suggest that anyone, if you're looking for a good night out, to go to Mandeville Theatre this weekend. This is the last weekend of the play, and I guarantee you'll enjoy it. And lastly, the Niagara Symphony will be conducting their Gershwin concert on October the 20th. It's only on a Sunday afternoon, matinee. Tickets are going very, very fast, so I encourage people who are interested in listening to George Gershwin songs, for those who are old enough around here to remember who George Gershwin was, I guarantee that it'll be an exceptional concert. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Next up, I have Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Saturday, I had the honor of representing you and council at the official grand opening of the Branch 350 Port Dalhousie Legion, the new facility. It has been open for a while, as most of us know, but that was the official grand opening, and everybody was so pleased with that facility, and I keep hearing great comments about what a great facility. They had to suffer not having a hall for several years while the new building was constructed, but it all came together. They have what Regional Chair Bradley described as the best patio on the water in Port Dalhousie. They do have an excellent patio if you get a chance to go there while it's warm enough to sit there. But anyway, they have done so well. They share that the membership is up to 600 members, which is almost triple what it was before that new building. So congratulations to Branch 350.
Excellent news. Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On September 25th, the region had an open house at Ridley College to give all the residents an update on the bridge and the construction for the train station, and that it was very well attended, and it's keeping everybody informed. There were some good questions, and everybody seems more or less happy. It's going to take a while, but it's going to be nice work when it's done. So the region's been doing that a lot. Also, we had the opening of the No Name store on Ontario Street last week sometime. So it's done by the Loblaws Group. They don't have a lot of fresh produce. There's a little bit, but mostly dry goods to keep the prices down. They do have a little bit of name brands items, but their focus is on the no name, and the prices are usually 20% less than what they are in their no-frill store. So I've been told. I'm not allowed to go grocery shopping, so I'm not sure of grocery prices because I buy too much stuff when I go. So the other thing is Mainstream Gateway had their AGM, and I represented the mayor on behalf of that. And news about them is that they are merging the two groups together. I guess they do a lot of shared services, so they don't have a name yet, but they're going to be combining. They have over 400 clients in different properties throughout the Niagara, so they do a really good work, and it was really good to get down there and hear all the stuff that they do. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but with your chief of staff there, we've done a couple, putting lunches together for community crew, and I don't know if I'm throwing it out there for any other counselors that have a half an hour on a Thursday to talk to Brianne. It's a great thing to do to help put lunches together for the school children. So you guys talk to Brianne to sign up. Thanks.
Feel free to give Brianne as much extra work as you want. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the Queenston Neighbors, probably the best neighborhood group in the city, I would say. They hosted the Harvest Festival on Saturday, which Councillor Lindell and I were happy to support with our discretionary neighborhood community. I can get the official name.
Contingency fund.
Contingency fund. And those funds went to a great deal of fun that was had in the Queenston neighborhood. So well spent, well attended, so that was great. And while I'm here, I'll just make a quick plug. If there are any grade 3 and 4 boys who would like to play travel basketball, the team I'm coaching needs like 3 more players. So I thought while I have the microphone while I'm here, I would mention that. Thank you. Please contact me.
Appreciate that shout out for your travel basketball team. I will say I think everybody would agree if we are looking for revenue generation ideas, having the Queenston Neighbors fight the Fitzgerald Neighborhood Association might actually be a way to generate some dollars. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. It's not a fight, but the Hague Neighbors and Fitzgerald Neighbors are combining to help out with the Willow Arts Community Group. Willow Community Arts? I was getting mixed up. Their mural that they're doing in and around Hague Street on the hoarding around the old gym site. So I think I'm going with my kids, and I just want to extend the invitation to anyone around this table who wants to bring their kids, grandkids, come out. I've seen some of the art that's already gone up on those boards, and it looks fantastic. It's going to be a fun day. That's October 19th between 11 and 3 on Hague Street.
Would a travel basketball team be allowed to help out?
Yeah, 100%. We'll close the street and put a basketball court up. I hear that might happen.
All right. Any other councillors? All right, seeing none, there was a couple of other pieces that I neglected to mention the fire chief sent through. I did want to give thanks and congratulations to the fire department. They were able to attract the Metro Fire Planners Conference for next year, 2025. A couple of our deputies attended this year and were able to convince the board that St. Catharines would be the best place for that for next year. So they have attracted that conference to our wonderful city. We also came to an agreement with Hamilton Fire in terms of redundancy for 911 services, both departments operating as redundant backups for each other. And the last piece that I wanted to mention, I had talked about the Grape and Wine Parade. The firefighters were out in full force with their boots doing a collection. And they were able to collect over $9,000 for community care, which is fantastic. So kudos and thank you to the fire department. With that, and seeing no more, I will move on to the adoption of the agenda. I'll turn things over to the clerk.
The following amendments have been made to the agenda. Item 15, committee and task force minutes will be discussed after item 8, consent reports. And discussion reports will be discussed in the following order: 11.1 to 11.3, followed by 11.6, 11.4, 11.5, and 11.7. The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Councillor Sugarsing's folder and may be available to the public by contacting the office of the city clerk. Correspondence from Emily Lomas-Gale regarding item 9.1, application to amend zoning bylaw for 1024 Vansickle Road North. Correspondence from Al McKay regarding task force to review remuneration for council boards, agencies, and commissions. And confidential memorandum from the design and construction engineer regarding Cameron Park.
Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on September 23rd, 2024. Mover and seconder. Councillor Garcia, Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, then we will move to the motion to move consent reports. Councillor McPherson's requested to endorse item 8.4, sub-item 2, the resolution from the municipality of Waterloo regarding the closure of safe consumption sites, and item 8.4, sub-item 4, correspondence from the Niagara region regarding municipal codes of conduct. Councillor Miller has requested to endorse item 8.4, sub-item 1, resolution from the city of Kitchener regarding rent evictions and safe and adequate housing. And Councillor Garcia has advised that he would like to pull item 8.3, costing for the rehabilitation of George Taylor Field, from consent to discussion. And that item will be discussed after item 11.7. So can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, save and accept? Councillor Lindell. I will look to the clerk to read the list of the consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Councillor Windle.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right. So our declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seat of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. With that, we move on to the committee and task force minutes in our juggled around agenda. Can I have a mover to receive and file the minutes? Councillor Harris and a seconder, Councillor Williamson. This is to receive and file the minutes of the Advisory Committee of Council. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Item 15.2 is the resolution from the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting of September 25th, 2024. So there is a motion here that the Advisory Committee requests the inclusion of a full-time accessibility coordinator position as part of the city's draft 2025 and 2026 readoption budgets. We do have a delegation from David Reed on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I will just advise those members of council that I have already made the decision to put this into the mayor's budget for this year. So the position that they're advocating for will be a part of the mayor's budget this year. With that, I will call on, so wait a minute. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegation first? So Councillor McPherson, Councillor Dodge, thank you. So at this time, Mr. Reed, if you want to come forward. Mr. Reed, the lectern is yours.
It hits my knees, so. We designed this thing and it still doesn't work. Excuse me. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is David Reed. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee for this motion. I want to start by reminding you of some history. I know you've probably heard this before, but I'm going to repeat it anyway. The AAC is a provincially mandated committee by way of the 2005 AODA, the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. And you don't have a choice of having us. You got to have us. At first, the committee was called MACOA, the Mayor's Advisory Committee on Accessibility, and was led by Linda Crabtree. Now, Linda successfully advocated for the city to hire a full-time accessibility coordinator to help lead the city through the implementation of the AODA. Diana Lazinski was hired in, I think it was around 2008, to this position. Now, the AAC had significant input to the accessibility features of the ForePad, the Aquatic Centre, the Performing Arts Centre, the Meridian Centre, and all sorts of washrooms around the city. When we were doing this, we were involved. We had a purpose.
But probably more important was the work that Diana did internally with the various city departments to develop accessibility into all city functions. Again, the AAC was directly involved. Staff accessibility training often involved Shelley with her guide dog and Diane over there with her chair. We were even involved in getting this thing, although as I said, it squashes my knees. Accessibility was front of mind for staff at City Hall. And then Diana had to retire in 2018, and everything changed. The city decided that Diana's position was no longer needed, as it felt that most of the requirements of the AODA had been met, and the foot came off the gas. The connection between the AAC and City Hall became through a staff liaison who has a part-time responsibility to coordinate meetings and take minutes. The AAC feels as if we're just drifting along, getting nothing much done and very little information about what's going on at City Hall. We get very frustrated at all the things that fall through the cracks. In fact, we almost missed a regional forum because we didn't even know about it. Now, Christine Adams from engineering used to come to every meeting. And then we got informed about issues we might have with upcoming construction. Christine retired, now nobody comes. The AODA is supposed to be fully implemented by January the 1st, 25, and that means all of Ontario completely accessible. St. Catharines has come a long way on the road to accessibility since 2005, but there's still a lot to do. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the DOPS committee. It's called Design of Public Spaces Committee, DOPS. And this is a committee that was put together in 2021 by the Ontario Minister of Seniors and Accessibility to review the province's accessible built environment standards, which is the AODA and the Ontario Building Code. And our chief building official, John Lane, is a member of this committee. Now, the committee issued a report this past June with 127 recommendations. Now, I don't know how long it will take this to get through the legislature, but once it is, all municipalities are going to be scrambling to meet the new requirements. And they affect a wide range of built environment, but most of the recommendations affect how the city goes about its business. For example, submission of site plans would have to include an accessibility report. Staff reviewing site plans would have to have training in the design of public space requirements. There would be mandatory training of officials and inspectors in this DOPS. They even plan to make a list of exceptions where municipalities will actually be allowed to not put 2 sidewalks. They'll have a list for you, big brothers. The primary thread running through recommendations is to make improvements to training, guidelines, policies and standards such as FADs, the Facility Accessibility Design Guidelines. And this can't be done by the advisory committee. St. Catharines needs an accessibility coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. So at this time, all those in favor of receiving the delegation? Opposed? That is carried. And now we have the motion. The motion is up on the screen that the Accessibility Advisory Committee requests the inclusion of a full-time accessibility coordinator position as part of the city's draft 2025 and 2026 readoption budgets. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips. Is there any debate or discussion? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Windle,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right. So it is 6:30 p.m. Next on our agenda should be the public meeting, but the public meeting is actually scheduled for 7 p.m. So we are going to skip over the public meeting at this time and move on to item 11 because we can't actually start the public meeting before 7 p.m. So we're going to move on to 11.1 in the discussion reports. And the first one, 11.1, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, First Annual Strategic Plan Dashboard. And before we discuss the report, I will look to Aaron Ohoski, the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, to provide introductory comments.
Thank you, Mayor. So less than a year ago, on October 18th, members of council participated in a strategic planning workshop at the Neil Campbell Rowing Center. You'll recall there were a lot of sticky dots happening that evening. We received direction from you on some of what you feel in hearing from the community the priorities should be. We went to the community with a month-long survey, validated those priorities, and brought back the final strategic plan to you for approval on November 27th of last year, where it was unanimously approved. That night, in response to some of what we were hearing, we heard, I believe it was the deputy mayor who said, you know, we always see these plans, we don't always get information on the progress and where we're at. The mayor had mentioned the importance of measures. Key performance indicators was important. So that night we made a promise to you that we would report on the strategic plan annually. Tonight, we're here to deliver on that promise. In front of you, you will see the first annual, and what I believe is the first ever City of St. Catharines corporate-wide progress dashboard on the city's strategic plan. In it, you'll find the status of every single priority initiative that you put a sticky dot beside on October 18th of last year. And I'm so excited to, I mean, you already know this. You approved many of these things at council meetings, but we don't always get a chance to celebrate successes together. So in the 10 months since you unanimously approved the strategic plan, there's a number of projects that are already done. The Waterfront Access Master Plan, the Active Transportation Master Plan came before you recently, a new economic development and tourism strategy, an older adult tax deferral program, and the development of the city's first ever, St. Catharines' first ever multi-year budget. Many of the other initiatives you'll see that are ongoing are well underway, some of which are going to be concluding soon, one of which is going to be discussed tonight with the culture plan. So 10 short months since it's approved, many of these initiatives are already underway. We've already also begun our journey on developing key performance indicators that relate to each of the goals that you've set within the strategic plan. These are early days. Our ability to collect and report on data is going to get better and better as new software systems come online. So as I said last year, it's baby steps, but we're pretty proud of the work that's been going on this last year and excited to bring it before you this evening. I want to thank members of council. Thank you so much for your guidance in the development of the strategic plan and your ongoing support for the priority initiatives over the past year. Your leadership has been instrumental in achieving the gains we've been able to achieve. I also want to thank every single employee of the City of St. Catharines. The data, the metrics, the achievements, the projects that you see are the contributions of every single employee at the city, whether they are fulfilling legislative requirements so we can go further and get ahead of some of our competitors, or whether they're directly involved in some of the initiatives you see before you as well. You'll notice while it wasn't one of the pillars within the strategic plan, because council also made a housing pledge, we thought it might just be seamless to put some housing information within this annual report as well. We will be making good on our commitment to the community. One of the guiding principles in the strategic plan is accountability and transparency. So we'll make sure annually these reports are posted to the website along with a promotional video. And I'd like to thank the leadership of Scott Ross and Trish Sorrenti for coming up with this video. And we would like to launch it with you right now, if you let us, and launch it out to the community after this evening. So with that, we'll share the video. Thanks, Sarah.
St. Catharines, a vibrant community, Niagara's only urban growth center, and a community that reflects diversity and innovation. We're proud of our rich heritage and history, but also of the strides we've made over the last several decades to offer the perfect balance of work, live, and play. Investments in state-of-the-art facilities has helped us become an arts and culture hub and destination for sports tourism. We've seen our economy diversify, attracting new business and attention to areas like advanced manufacturing and our culinary and hospitality sector. All while balancing the Garden City roots with beautiful natural landscapes, an accessible waterfront, and increasingly accessible and renewed parks and trails. City Council is committed to ensuring St. Catharines continues to evolve, grow, and become even more vibrant, and we've developed a roadmap to support us in that. Led by the voices of Council and the community, the 2023 to 2027 strategic plan was developed. The city's strategic plan sets goals and directions for the city and helps serve as a framework for priority setting and budget development. We crafted a vision statement. St. Catharines will be a safe, innovative, sustainable, and caring city today and for future generations. And we focused on a mission that states the City of St. Catharines municipal government leadership will focus on accountability, affordability, innovation, and responsible stewardship of community resources. Encapsulated by the guiding principles, our strategic plan is balanced on advancing 5 goals based on the pillars of economic prosperity, social well-being, environmental stewardship, cultural vibrancy, and organizational excellence. The strategic plan outlines not only strategic directions, but priority initiatives we are focused on over the term. They're goals and initiatives we believe in, but more importantly, the community has helped shape as well. But even the best laid plans require execution and proven results, which can be reported and shared in a tangible, transparent way. So the city has developed our first ever strategic plan dashboard that provides an update on our priorities and provides key performance indicators, or KPIs, which we will be reporting on annually to not only monitor our progress, but also help keep the community updated and demonstrate the value for tax dollars they are getting. It is part of our commitment to accountability and transparency, focus on results, and reporting to our community. Our goal for economic prosperity is St. Catharines will maintain and expand as a home to thriving businesses and a diverse and resilient economy. We are tracking progress on business retention, attraction and expansion, marketing and promotions, and ways we're supporting development. We have a new economic development and tourism strategy mapping our future focus, and we continue to work on the GO Station redevelopment with our partners at the region while also updating and enhancing our community improvement plan. These priority initiatives will be part of the story our dashboard tells. The goal for environmental stewardship is St. Catharines will be recognized as a leader in environmental sustainability and resilient in the face of escalating climate change events. Follow our progress around themes such as our tree canopy, climate change mitigation and preparation, active transportation, and more. We look forward to sharing some of the progress made on our priority initiatives, such as the development and implementation of an active transportation master plan to help make our community even safer to get around without having to rely on a vehicle. Annually, the city hosts 2 free tree giveaways for our residents, which supports our efforts to enhance the city's tree canopy. The goal for cultural vibrance is the rich culture, heritage, and vibrancy of St. Catharines communities will be communicated and celebrated by the city. You'll be able to see some of the work we're doing to protect our valuable heritage assets, advance sport tourism opportunities, and advance our arts and culture sector through public art or new and enhanced programming. From our partnerships to help bid on and successfully host the 2024 World Rowing Championship to our efforts attracting the 2025 Minto Cup, we're proud of the work we're doing to showcase the City of St. Catharines and its first-class amenities. The goal for organizational excellence is that the City of St. Catharines will achieve excellence in financial and service sustainability and high customer satisfaction. That means highlighting our efforts when it comes to financial stewardship, service levels, modernization efforts, exceptional customer service and communication for our residents, and employee engagement, attraction, and retention. We've been working through priority initiatives such as approving our first ever multi-year budget, adopted in January 2024, providing a long-term financial planning program that allows Council to focus on objectives set out within our strategic plan. We're excited to launch this new strategic plan dashboard. We'll be updating our progress annually. Through this new initiative, our community will have a tangible way to see how we're meeting strategic goals and the areas that require more focus. Our 2023 to 27 strategic plan is ultimately a shared vision, one built around what matters most to our community. We hope that City Council, staff, and our community will watch our progress as we continue to move the City of St. Catharines forward into the future.
You're good, Ms. Wojcicki? Wonderful. So, are there any questions from council? Councillor Phillips.
Thanks, Aaron. I asked for it and I got it. And I just hope that when we see next year's, it's compared to this year. So we see what we've always accomplished this year. Next year, we're going to see many, many more to compare to what this year's was. But it's really well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. And for those who maybe didn't notice the giddy look on Ms. Wojcicki's face, she is very happy that this has come to fruition. And the look I could only describe as giddy when you said thank you. So, and one point I did want to actually make just to yours, Councillor Phillips. I think that's one of the exciting things about this strategic plan and the dashboard is, I mean, there are items that we'll be checking off tonight that are on, well, potentially checking off tonight, depending on how votes go with respect to items in our strategic plan. And I'm excited to see those check marks pile up. I think it was very positive to see the first tranche of them in the updated dashboard today, but we will see that progress as the time goes on during this term. So that's exciting as well. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Deputy CAO, I agree with Councillor Phillips. Thank you for the update. It's nice to have. We haven't had that in the past. Well done. My one question would be, it's nice that the report shows what's started, what's in progress, what's finished, but I didn't find that you could tie that to target dates in each case. So it may be in progress, but in progress for when? So I would ask that that would be included in future reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too concur with the Deputy Mayor and offer congratulations and thank you. And this is a great start. The only thing that I will continue to advocate for, and that's under the environmental sustainability pillar, and that is for us too. And we talk about the importance of measurement, and that is for environmental footprint. There's a way to calculate that that's quite simple, and I think every decision we make has some kind of environmental impact. So I will continue to hope that we are able to do some calculations on that measure so that we have these checkpoints to follow along to make sure that we're making progress. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is the presentation was very well done, and is that used by business promotion when we meet with potential clients?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it will be.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Seeing no other questions or comments, can I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report? Councillor Dodge and Councillor Phillips. So the recommendation is the council receive the presentation from Aaron Wojcicki regarding the first annual strategic plan dashboard. Sorry. That's, do we have to receive the presentation? No, I was going to say. So we are actually, the motion that we are receiving would be that the report CAO 152-2024 regarding first annual strategic plan dashboard be received for information. So that's the one we are working on right now. I will look to the clerk at this time to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
On to item 11.2, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Recreation and Culture Programs. The St. Catharines Culture Plan 2025 to 2030, Stay for the Culture. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Lori Burnetta, the Manager of Recreation and Culture Programs, Jessica Wilson, Culture Supervisor, and consultants Gabby Abrahams and Mila DeChef-Tweddle from Nord City to provide a presentation. And if I mispronounced anything there, please let me know. I will be thoroughly shamed.
Okay. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. I am Lori Burnetta, the Manager of Recreation and Culture Programs for the City of St. Catharines, and I am so pleased to be here this evening with my colleagues to present to you the new St. Catharines Culture Plan 2025 to 2030, entitled Stay for the Culture. Cultural vibrancy is a key pillar within the city's strategic plan, and we, as the municipality, have an important role to play in ensuring that culture is championed and celebrated. It is, after all, what makes us unique as a community. We must be intentional in supporting our vibrant culture sector. This plan lays out a roadmap that defines the way that the city can support the sector and see it continue to thrive. We are delighted to be able to finally share the work that has been conducted over the past year and a half. With me this evening is Gabby Abrahams and Mila DeChef-Tweddle from the consulting firm Nordicity. Nordicity was engaged by the city to undertake the development of the new culture plan. Joining us via Zoom is our city's new culture supervisor, Jessica Wilson, who will be responsible for leading the implementation of the plan. I would just like to add, Jessica really wanted to be here in person this evening, but she's feeling under the weather, and to keep everyone safe, she's going to be joining us virtually only. The consultants will lead you through the process they used to develop the plan, how they engaged the community, what they found, the goals, objectives, and actions that will move culture forward in our community for the next 5 years. Mila, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for that great introduction, Lori. We've had a really excellent experience working with the Culture Services Division on this plan, and it's really lovely to be here presenting it to all of you finally. So, as was mentioned, the City of St. Catharines engaged us to support the development of a new culture plan that will help shape and guide the city's support for arts and culture over the next 5 years. The development of this culture plan is a priority initiative under the cultural vibrancy pillar for the city's strategic plan. Oops, I clicked too far, sorry about that. Oh geez, there's a delay. Okay. Our approach to developing this plan involved close collaboration with the Culture Services team and engagement with key sector and community partners alongside additional supporting research. Our approach also placed importance on meaningfully integrating diversity, equity, inclusion, and access principles throughout the process, and specifically in the resulting plan, as well as leveraging cross-sectoral and cross-departmental collaboration in the plan's implementation. Oh, I think I've done something wrong here. Okay, I'm having a lot of trouble with this clicker there, sorry. So a quick note on process here. The development of this plan happened in 5 main phases over roughly a year and a half and a bit. We kicked things off back in March 2023 with an initial site visit to see the city's key cultural assets and really get a feel of the, understanding the sector and the dynamics in the sector. From there, we conducted an environmental scan to understand the broader policy context and priorities at the City of St. Catharines that this plan really needed to support and align with. to get a deeper understanding of the arts and culture sector's composition and to identify trends and best practices for comparable municipalities. We then completed extensive community and sector engagement in phase 2, which we'll tell you more about in a little bit. And the research and engagement was then compiled into an initial strategic framework that was workshopped with an internal working group at the city during a facilitated planning session where we collaborated to develop a set of coordinated actions that support the realization of the culture plan's goals while considering that cross-departmental and cross-sectoral approach. After that, we developed a draft plan in late 2023, and we finalized the reporting of the plan with sector input throughout 2024. So just to come back to what I noted earlier, that the plan rests on this robust engagement strategy that ensured input from a cross-section of the community and arts and culture sector into the planning process. So engagement activities included roundtables with participants from across the culture sector, a series of cross-departmental staff interviews, a public survey and community pop-ups to engage with the local community members across the city of St. Catharines, and 2 artist-led workshops. So those activities really allowed us to engage with partners and community members in a variety of ways, both in person and virtually. And overall, we were able to connect with over 450 community members, culture supporters, professionals, artists, creatives, and organizations, and of course, city staff and administrators. So these multiple streams of research identified some key strengths and challenges for the arts and culture sector in St. Catharines, which translate into key needs. As you can imagine, the needs coming from the sector and those coming from the wider community tend to overlap. The sector prioritizes access to capacity building resources and sustainable funding, addressing space gaps and more awareness and advocacy by the city in support of the sector. So while the existing support for the sector through the Culture Services Division and the SCIP is recognized as one of the things that really makes St. Catharines a great place to live and work as an artist. Artists and arts and culture professionals also see capacity building within the sector and increased funding as top priorities. More specifically, there's a desire for greater organizational operating funding, greater support for individual artists, and greater awareness and accessibility of funding opportunities, particularly for equity-deserving individuals and organizations. Sector partners also identified marketing and audience development support as one of the most critical needs for the sector to thrive. And finally, artists and those who work in the sector identified that more accessible and affordable performance and exhibition spaces and rehearsal and creation spaces are critical needs for the sector to be able to thrive. On the other hand, the St. Catharines community would like to see more culture everywhere. They'd also like to see more free activities for families, youth, and older adults where music, art, and culture are shared and celebrated. While downtown St. Catharines is picturesque and it's populated by heritage buildings and key cultural venues that the community is really proud of, many culture participants also noted that visiting and attending events in the downtown sometimes comes with certain challenges, and there's a strong desire to see the city continue its efforts to revitalize downtown St. Catharines. A lack of transit options in the city can also act as a barrier to cultural participation in some cases. Another key barrier to participation cited by residents was awareness, even though community members place high importance on participating in arts and culture. And finally, arts attendees also believe the culture plan should prioritize enhancing arts and culture spaces, including those located in outdoor spaces. And with that, I think I'll pass it off to Gaby, who's going to walk us through the plan.
Giving me the power. Okay. Thanks, Mila. Okay, so using this information that Mila just mentioned, we developed a framework based on 3 key strategic goals that reflect community needs and priorities. We then worked with staff across departments to set strategic objectives and actions for each goal. The plan begins with a vision for the future of arts and culture in the city, and then each of the 3 goals has several objectives which are tied to specific outcomes, and under each of those objectives are actions that lay out how to achieve the objective. We've also included a detailed implementation plan that covers things like resources, timelines, partners, and key performance indicators. So the vision that Stay for the Culture presents, as you can see here on the slide, involves St. Catharines being recognized as a cultural hotspot, not only within the region, but also beyond. And as I mentioned, the plan outlines 3 overarching goals for the city to work toward this vision. The first focuses on recognizing and revitalizing arts and culture in the city. The second goal is about connecting and cultivating the local sector. And the third is about making space for arts and culture activities to happen in multifaceted ways. So let's briefly take a closer look at each of these goals. Recognize and revitalize. This goal underscores the historic and ongoing significance of arts and culture in St. Catharines, highlighting their role in enriching city life and identifying opportunities to harness their benefits to revitalize and uplift communities across the city. This goal aligns with the social well-being priority in the strategic plan, which aims to create inclusive neighborhoods with a high quality of life. And some of the key actions under this goal include initiatives like marketing campaigns to promote St. Catharines' arts, culture, and architectural heritage, programs incentivizing attendance at events and shows, and community-wide programming to make arts accessible across all city wards. Connect and cultivate. This goal focuses on strengthening St. Catharines' arts and culture sector and the people working within it. While the more established players collaborate well, we did find that newer artists often struggle to access the support they need. Addressing issues like burnout, limited resources, and skills gaps is critical. So this goal highlights the need for expanded professional development and more collaborative sector networks. Some of the key actions under this goal include updating, investing in, and promoting SKIP, as well as promoting existing city resources such as the Enterprise Center to the arts and culture sector. Oh no, what have I done? I did this. Be back. Okay. Okay, we're almost done. Okay, last but not least, make space. So this last goal focuses on creating varied opportunities for arts and culture in St. Catharines. It reflects the need to use public and private spaces more effectively, to provide safe and welcoming environments for arts participation, and to expand venues for live performances and exhibitions. Both the sector and the community more widely see a need for better use of indoor and outdoor spaces for arts. There's a particular challenge finding affordable, accessible spaces where artists can create and share their work. And there's also strong demand for more public arts expressions in outdoor spaces where people can gather and connect. So some of the key actions related to this goal include working to update design guidelines to enable more arts in public spaces, maximizing the use of city spaces for cultural purposes, and supporting sector-led initiatives to address prominent space gaps. So for example, supporting the Rodman Art Institute of Niagara's feasibility study for the development of a public art gallery, as well as supporting the Niagara Artist Center's Creative Hub project. So with that, I will pass it over to Jessica.
Thank you. This culture plan is positioned to lead St. Catharines into a future filled with creativity, inclusivity, and civic pride. By investing in culture, we will foster an environment where every member of our community can thrive. Together, we as a municipality, along with our partners and the residents of St. Catharines, can embrace this transformative vision and build a bright and culturally vibrant future for St. Catharines. The culture team at the City of St. Catharines looks forward to working with all of you and our partners in the cultural sector to implement this plan, and we look forward to reporting on our progress in the coming years.
So that concludes our presentation this evening, and we would be happy to answer any questions which you may have. Thank you.
Thank you all for the presentation. Unfortunately, I may have to call a pause to questions at this time as we are butting up against 7 o'clock, which means that we do have to begin a public meeting. So if I could ask the presenters to have a seat, we will get to the questions as soon as our public meeting is completed. Oh. Are there any questions? Just looking around. So no questions at this time. So wonderful. That made things easy, I guess. I probably should have asked that first. I do thank you for the presentation, though, and we will get to the debate around the report in a few minutes after our planning meeting is completed. Before that, though, can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we will take a pause, as I said, and we will go backwards in our agenda to item 9, the public meeting. and we will complete the conversation around the culture plan at the conclusion of the public meeting. So, the purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to council prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to the council decision, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will present and explain the report and staff's recommendation. The agent will present and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. At that point, members of the public who are wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one has requested to speak. At that time, I will ask if there is anybody in attendance who wishes to speak. After that, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the report recommendations. The public meeting is now open, and I'll call upon Brenda Stan, the planner, to present.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, City Councilors, staff, and members of the public. My name is Brenda Stan. I'm a planner with the city. I'm here to present staff's recommendation for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications at 1024 Vansickle Road North. The lands are located at 1024 Vansickle Road North on the west side of Vansickle Road. Tuscany Court is located to the south, and Martindale Road is located to the northeast. Here's a view of 1024 Vansickle Road, where the proposed development is currently under construction based on previous planning approvals. The surrounding area includes a mix of detached, townhouse, multiplex dwellings, apartment buildings, and a fire station. The applications have been requested to facilitate changes to the previously approved residential development to increase the number of residential units, make changes to the site layout, and add a covered parking structure. The official plan amendment proposes to maintain the medium density residential designation and add a special policy to permit a maximum density of 150 units per hectare. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to maintain the medium density residential R3 zone and revise the special provision 129, which applies to the lands. Changes to special provision 129 include permit a reduced rear yard, northerly and southerly interior side yard setbacks, and westerly landscape buffer to increase the maximum density to 150 units per hectare and the building height to 16 meters, to reduce the parking space dimensions for the underground parking area, to require a minimum outdoor amenity area of 850 square meters, and to permit a 1 meter encroachment for platform structures. Some background information. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendments were approved by council in 2015 to permit a 70 residential unit building on the lands. Zoning provisions were included to address building height, setbacks, landscape buffers, density, and other matters. The building was terraced, ranging in height from 3 stories, 10 meters at the south end, to 5 stories, 16 meters at the north end. Changes were made to the development proposal in 2020. A minor variance application was approved to permit a reduced rear yard of 17.7 meters, increase the building height to 12 meters and 14 meters, and increase the density to 98 units per hectare. Here is the current approved site plan for 2 residential buildings. There's 39 units in each building for a total of 78 units with a central courtyard. The height of the buildings is proposed to be 4 stories and 5 stories. 113 parking spaces are proposed, including 101 in the underground parking garage and 12 surface parking spaces located in the rear yard. Tonight we are discussing the redesigned development shown, which proposes 2 58-unit apartment buildings for a total of 116 units with a central courtyard and common room. The height of the building is 5 stories, 15.6 meters. A covered parking structure is also proposed containing 15 parking spaces, bicycle parking, and storage areas. 24 surface parking spaces are proposed, most of which are located in the rear yard. The underground parking garage includes 108 parking spaces with access from Vansickle Road. Staff evaluated the proposal against provincial and regional land use plans and policies, including the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and Niagara Region official plan, and determined that the proposal meets provincial and regional policy. The official plan designates the land's medium-density residential on Schedule E6 West Planning District. The medium-density residential designation permits a range of uses, including detached, townhouse, and apartment dwellings at a density range generally between 25 and 99 units per hectare. Height of buildings will generally not exceed 20 meters. The lands will remain medium-density residential with a special policy to permit a maximum density of 150 units per hectare. Staff reviewed the proposal against Section 16.1 of the city's official plan, which outlines policies for evaluating official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, and found that the applications meet the city's policies. The lands are currently and will remain zoned medium density R3, subject to Special Provision 129. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes changes to Special Provision 129 to address site-specific items, which will be discussed in the next slides. Special Provision 129 includes the following: a reduced rear yard setback of 17.5 meters, a reduced interior side yard setbacks of 9.5 meters to the north and 7.5 meters to the south, a reduced landscape buffer of 4.15 meters, 3 meters at a pinch point in the southwest corner, required outdoor amenity space in the courtyard of 850 square meters, and a 1 meter encroachment for platform structures. The additional provisions include an increase in building height to 16 meters. The previous approval contained a schedule which defined the maximum building heights. The schedule has been simplified to permit 2 heights, which includes 16 meters for the buildings. The additional height applies to the southern part of Building B. The density has been increased to 150 units per hectare to permit the additional residential units. Council approved new parking standards in April of 2024. As the underground parking garage was designed under the previous parking standards and has been constructed, the special provision has been revised so that the old parking standards apply to the underground parking area. A parking bump out of 0.9 meters will also be permitted for a few spaces in the underground parking area. The applications were circulated to city departments and external agencies for review. Community Recreation and Cultural Services staff noted that due to a lack of a parkland nearby, they request a minimum outdoor amenity space provision, which has been included in the special provision. Development engineering staff confirmed that there is adequate servicing capacity available. While transportation staff do not support the reduced parking space sizes, planning staff believe that it is reasonable to apply the parking standards that were in place at the time that the underground parking was designed. A public open house was held on September the 12th. During the open house and the review period of the applications, the city received comments from members of the public. The comments received include concerns about the landscape buffer reduction and the refuse bin enclosure, concerns about a large maple tree, comments about the tree preservation zone, concerns about shade from the additional story, questions about the locations of swales and fencing, concerns about traffic and parking, concerns about changes to the buildings and the rooftop terraces. An additional comment was received last week raising concerns about the number of units, the fire hall access, traffic congestion, and servicing. In response to some of the concerns, staff note that the landscape buffer is being reduced to 4.15 meters and includes the tree protection zone to protect and mitigate any impact to the existing mature trees. Shade from the additional height for a small portion at the southwest corner will be minimal. Grading, drainage, fencing, and waste management will be reviewed through the site plan process. Transportation staff advised that Vansickle Road will be considered for traffic calming within the next 2 years. The all pipes analysis indicates that services are available for the proposed development. The layout of the floor plans is changing as larger and multi-level units are being reconfigured into smaller units. Rooftop terraces are individually owned and accessed from individual units, and no common rooftop area is proposed. To summarize, the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications are requested to facilitate the additional residential dwelling units, the revised layout, and the addition of the parking structure. The proposed apartment buildings are permitted use under the current official plan and zoning bylaw. The additional units are a result of changes to the configuration of the units, providing more housing options. The requested special provisions are as a result of the increase in residential dwelling units and changes to the site. In conclusion, it is staff's recommendation that Council approve the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw, as the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan, Niagara official plan, and the Garden City plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stan, for the presentation. I will now call the agent, Edward John from Landwise, to present. Mr. John, welcome. The lectern is yours.
Of the public, my name is Edward John. I'm a registered professional planner representing this application. I do want to begin by extending my sincere thanks to staff. It has been a wonderful journey through this process. They have been more than responsive in terms of the application process and bringing us to where we are today. With me tonight is the owner, Mr. Mickey Singh, and proprietor, Ronsia, and my staff, Titus Boomer. Do want to thank Brenda for her very informative presentation. I'll do my best not to repeat any of the aspects already raised. I do want to begin by just identifying the site location and some of the amenities and opportunities that do suggest this indication of this site being a great ideal location for this type of use. Obviously, the arterial network along Martindale, the existing commercial uses, the community and institutional uses, as well as the existing infrastructure. Brenda did touch upon the previous proposal, and we do want to reiterate that the proposal tonight is for the same footprint and gross floor area. What has changed is the unit count, and that has been achieved, as I'll go through in my later slides, through internal layouts and reduction in the existing and previous unit sizes. As Brenda mentioned also, there is a request for an additional height in a portion of the site. An existing portion of the site already contains the height necessary for the building. The intent of this application is to continue that height so it would provide symmetry in the building envelope and building design. Lastly, the aspect of covered parking is the one difference from the previous proposal, with a new location for single-story covered parking in a portion of the site. As was previously discussed, the policy overview does direct this type of development to this location. I think we heard clearly in terms of both the regional and local policy framework lending itself to the identification of these lands. I do want to draw attention to most pertinent criteria for evaluation, really being for those higher densities to focus on the urban design and the site compatibility with adjacent properties. And with that, I'll take you through some of those aspects, starting first with the site plan. So obviously the location and the building footprint haven't changed, but they are centrally located towards the street. This offers generous setbacks to the existing lower grade development on the periphery. As I mentioned, the covered parking structure is located on the westerly side. As you look at this plan, it is single story at approximate 4.5 meters in height. And then the internal courtyard. So this is where both external and internal amenity space will be provided for the residents. It is offering both well landscaped as well as functional use of the internal party room. The elevations have been maintained from the previous application. This is an example of the desirable missing middle housing, that form of medium scale housing that can fit readily within existing low profile developments. What you'll notice from these elevations is that the top floor is set back. This provides a transition element as well as reduces the bulk and scale of the building. These well-articulated elevations also provide texture and visual interest and obviously cements the attractiveness of the building from the streetscape. The design and layout does reduce sight lines towards neighboring properties, as you'll see on the west elevation, reduced fenestration on those areas most closest to the neighboring properties. The facade articulation does provide that visually interesting structure with high materiality and high quality finishes. The landscape plan in support of the application also demonstrates a level of enhanced greenery and shrubbery to make sure the amenity spaces and the overall visual impact of the design is buffered. We are proposing over 50 new trees as well as low-level shrubs, a board-on-board fence around the periphery of the property, and as Brenda mentioned, we are taking into consideration all of the functional pieces, including the swale at the rear, which we heard through the public consultation. Quite simply, the proposed amendments are fairly minor in scale. Obviously, the increase in height, which I will send to a separate slide after this to discuss, but it is to increase to 15.6 for the two buildings. The additional density, which is going from 78 units to 116 units. As I mentioned, this is through modifications to the internal layout. The gross floor area and the floor plates are remained unchanged. There is a reduction in westerly landscape buffer from 6 meters to 3 meters, but this is only to reflect one pinch point, and on average, that buffer remains at approximately 4.1 meters. That is to accommodate the change in parking to maximize parking in an area going from parallel spaces to your standard typical space. The reduction in the rear yard is very minimal, from 17.7 meters to 17.5 meters. And as mentioned in the previous presentation, while we are appeasing the new requirements of parking standard size and stall size shapes at grade, the underground is benefiting from the previous requirements in terms of the size and nature of those access points. I won't spend too long on this slide, but this is quite simply showing where we're trying to simplify the height across the site. As you see on the left-hand side, this is the existing zoning and the small portion of the building that would not be able to be built at the 15.6 meters. So it's in that location that we are seeking the height addition. And quite simply on the right-hand side would be the new proposed schematic for this to allow for the height, but also showing the 24 meters separation from the neighboring properties. Within that band of the 24 meters, as shown on the site plan, is where we're locating the single-story covered parking. And that's why that area is coming down to 7.5 meters in terms of setback. And then finally, just to give context to the proposal, these are obviously artistic renderings of the site. Once again, helping to kind of demonstrate that architecture and that texture on the street and the street presence. It will be well landscaped, and great care and detail is involved in terms of the overall architecture of the building as well as the final product. So that concludes my brief presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. John, for the presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? And these questions should be directly to this presenter and the presentation. Councillor Stevens, followed by Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the presenter. What would be the average downsize of the units that you had to do to accommodate the extra 18 or 38 extra units that you're putting in the building?
Through the chair to the councillor. So previously there were units that actually spread between 2 floors. They were larger units, 3-bed units. The proposal still maintains a range of unit sizes, so between 550 square foot all the way up to 1,000 square foot. The majority of the units are 2-bedroom. The intended demographic is for aging population, so those who are actually downsizing in the area looking for opportunity. And so this was really a response to the market demand through the sales process, but really focusing on that intended demographic for seniors.
And then also on slide 10, to change the zoning, what was the size? How much of that did you actually need to make that happen?
Sure, if I could go backwards.
Just wanted to know what the numbers were there.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to go backwards. So it was a small corner portion of building B that the additional height was to go.
What would you say, what was the
So it's
length of that?
approximately 3 to 4 meters.
Right, okay.
And then obviously that 1.6 meter additional height.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. And Councillor Williamson.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Mr. John. The internal, the courtyard amenity area, what is that going to look like? Is that a sitting area, or what kind of a space would it be?
Through the chair to the councillor, so it is both a combination of kind of external amenity area, so passive recreation, so it'll be well landscaped, possibly with benches, providing the opportunity to relax in that kind of enclosed area, but there is also an internal component to that. It's been geared towards the party room, but that would be the function room where folks could, if they had guests over or if there were particular elements that they would wish to do that. And while this is a Tuscan design, we don't have Tuscan winters, so it's preferential to get some of that internal space.
Okay, is there an opportunity to have like a walking track around the perimeter where you've got the larger setbacks, or I guess that is taken up mostly by parking?
Through the chair to the council, there is an opportunity through our review at the site plan stage to make more passive walkways through the area. Obviously, we're trying to maximize some of the landscaping in that location as a buffer, so we'd have to look carefully at that element. But certainly, we are trying to maximize the amenity through this, recognizing the intended demographic.
Thank you. And then the slide that showed the elevation, is the first floor actually somewhat below grade? That was the appearance I got from that one rendering, but yeah.
Through the chair to the council, so that's part of this application. So before it was a sunken first floor. So with the ability to go additional height, we're lifting essentially the building. So it's the same building, just being slightly lifted. That does allow easier at-grade access for that first floor. So from an accessibility component, it provides some opportunities, but really it just allows for that functional design.
Sorry, so the first floor is at grade, or
it is through this application. Sorry, those renderings were of the previous proposal. Obviously, it's the same design intent, but we're lifting up that building.
Thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. John. Are any of these units considered or classified as affordable?
Through the chair to the councillor, not formally in terms of affordability, but there is in terms of what we're achieving if this application is to be approved, the ability to bring down the price point for a number of those units. So I think as a market response from the owner, it was an expectation from many of the prospective purchasers to find a lower cost threshold. And so through the size of the units, they're able to become more competitive and at market prices, but they would not be deemed affordable at this point.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so you're saying that the more affordable units would be such because they're smaller?
Through the chair to the council, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions for this presenter, Mr. John, thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, I will ask if there's anybody in attendance who wishes to speak. And I'll ask a second time if there's anybody in attendance who's wishing to speak. All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Phillips. So the motion is the council close the public meeting respecting official plan and zoning bylaw amendments applications, subject lands 1024 Vansickle Road North. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. This public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Stevens. At this time, if there are any questions or comments that council would like to make. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess I'd go to Director Martuccio. The Transportation Department indicated that they were concerned with the reduced size of parking. Is that the size of the stalls or the bump out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I believe it is in regards to the size of the stalls. I believe the stall size is decreased in size from the original application to this, but planning would have better knowledge of that change if it did exist.
So through the mayor to the councillor, as you recall, in April 2024, there was a housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment that changed the parking stall sizes. Right. So it has increased the stall sizes. So basically, when the design of this development was underway, they were working towards the previous parking stall sizes. So they're smaller sizes. We've increased the sizes now. We think it's reasonable within the underground parking garage to allow the underground parking garage, which has already been constructed, to use those smaller parking space sizes.
So basically, they are meeting the expectations of the city after our reduced sizes have come into effect. That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Phillips had asked, one of the questions that I wanted to ask is about the parking. So if I understood the answer correctly, the planning department is saying that even though the transportation department doesn't recommend it, that you feel it meets planning guidelines? Is that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the city's zoning bylaw from 2013 had a certain parking stall size. That's been in place for 11 years. We recently upsized that in April of this year. But when this project was originally designed, it was using the old zoning standards. So because the underground structure has already been constructed and it was a standard that we have used for 11 years, staff were comfortable recommending to council that the old standard continue to apply to this project as is now. Moving forward, our expectation is that new applications will abide by council's new April 2024 stall sizes.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the planning department, my recollection is that back in 2015, I guess, one of the concerns from the neighbors was the setback at the back and the visibility and the protection from the building for the adjacent housing. Why would we support reducing that setback?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the rear yard setback reduction that is being sought at this time is 0.2 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any experience elsewhere with reduced dimensions for parking?
So
You've got it for how many years?
I will say for the last 11 years, we have experience
Okay,
with.
and how's that working with an older population?
I think with the vast majority of the community, I'm looking to planning and they're nodding, it's worked out fine. It was a housekeeping amendment based on changing standards, but at this point, there haven't been significant problems with the standards as they were outlined.
So why were transportation against it?
I would imagine it's because we changed the guidelines and so they have to be opposed to it now, but planning staff are saying, well, these were the regulations, this building was constructed based on those regulations, and ultimately we have a better set of regulations now, but these are still appropriate from a planning perspective.
Thank you. My second question is, in South St. Catharines on Towering Heights, we've got problems with visitor parking. How does this compare with visitor parking with what we have for the new buildings in South St. Catharines?
Well, I will say this particular proposal actually meets our planning requirements of 1.25, so it meets all of there's been no variance there. I'll look to planning staff if they can comment on how that compares to issues in South St. Catharines. I point that out simply because many of the planning applications we've dealt with in the last several years have all requested variances to that 1.25 number, requesting down. In this case, they are meeting that number.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't have access to the parking arrangement for Towering Heights at this time. The proposal before council this evening is not seeking a reduction in parking.
Thank you. But the advantage of Vansickle is that it's very accessible for transit, so I think that makes a positive difference in its favor.
I agree. Councillor Williamson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the planners. It seems quite unusual to me, in my experience, that we're making significant amendments after construction has already begun on a project. Is there, am I right in saying it's quite unusual? I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's quite unusual. And is there a certain point at which construction happens that you can't make these kinds of changes? Or I wonder if someone could just speak to that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I think what we've heard from the applicants on this one is a large part of it has been market-driven. So when this development project was initially approved a few years ago, the market was such for larger units, more expensive units. And in doing their due diligence with their market researchers, they have found that it is more accessible from their market now to have smaller sized units. So they've come forward with what is generally the same building envelope, but reducing some of those 2-story units and larger units into 1 and 2 bedroom units, which is what's bumped up the unit creases. So do we see this a lot? No, absolutely not. But it really is, when we looked at the plans that were up on the screen, it really is only a portion of the building that is driving some of these changes. So it's more a technical exercise than anything else at this point that results in additional units within essentially what was the original footprint.
Thank you. And then there was some comments about tree preservation. I take it most of the trees that are coming down have already been cleared. Is there some remaining trees that need to be protected? There's one maple tree or something that was in question here. And will the trees that are left, are they going to be protected?
Through the mayor to the councillor, there is a tree protection zone on the property, and so the landscape buffer encompasses that tree protection zone. And the intent of the tree protection zone is to maintain and preserve the existing trees and minimize the impact on there. At the public open house, we heard from a resident who had a concern about a silver maple tree in the rear yard. It's a boundary tree, so there has been some discussions with the applicant and the landowner in terms of what will happen with the tree in the future.
Thank you. And then the applicant's planner mentioned about 50 or more new trees going in. They'll be to a certain standard, a certain caliper through the site plan process. There'll be minimum sizing for those trees to make sure that they're going to be successful.
Through the mayor to the councillor, through the site planning process, we are reviewing the landscape plan to ensure that within that tree protection zone and within the landscape buffer, there will be additional plantings to provide screening for the adjacent residential neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was on the Committee of Adjustment in 2014 to 2018, and this property first came up, and then through whatever reasons, it never got built. So to see that it's finally moving forward, and especially the fact that we need housing in St. Catharines, and it looks like from what it was to what it is now, it looks like it's a way, it's a nicer build, a nicer fit for the area, the neighborhood. And I think even the rear setbacks were even lesser they were asking for back in the day, if I'm not correct. So I think the developer's done a really good job from that last build that I saw. And, that's almost 10 years ago, so that property's been sitting empty. So I think this is a very good thing to move ahead.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further comments or questions? Okay, so in a moment, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. I am going to echo a couple of the comments, actually, that Councillor Stevens just made. And I will say this, when this originally came forward in 2014, there was a lot of discussion and a lot of delay. And I know that because I was the councillor who was sort of leading the charge against the project in the first case. But I will say that the proposal in 2014 didn't look like this, and the setback was shorter, and it was closer to the fence line, and it was impeding more on the neighbors behind. And the proponent who currently is developing out the property has developed something which looks different from that, and which I think meets the needs of the community in the area. So, based on the presentations that we've seen in the report that's been written, I'm hopeful that council will see fit to vote in favor of this so that the project can continue to move forward, because it is exciting to see a development being built at this time, given all the difficulties in the market. And this seems to be one which has been well received and can be a net positive to the community. So with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
What's that, Councillor Harris? Unanimous? Thank you. All right, we'll move back to 11.2. We had received the presentation on the culture plan for 2025 to 2030. We had received the presentation. Can I get a counselor to move the recommendation and second it? Counselor Miller, Counselor Kushner. So the motion is now on the floor. Are there any questions or comments about the culture plan? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment. I just wanted to thank staff and the consultant for the update on the cultural plan, which was certainly needed. And staff under Manager Brunetta have been really proactive in getting this done. It's something the arts and culture community really wanted, the update. And I always emphasize when I talk about arts and culture that a lot of people don't understand that while arts and culture are enjoyed by so many people, they also have an economic component and they do contribute to the economy of the city. So I think it's great that we have this culture plan updated and we look forward to progress on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through you. Arts and culture, a big aspect of arts and culture is about identity and taking ownership and understanding who we are as a city, and for residents taking ownership of that identity and finding ways to express that in their communities. And at the most granular level, you have neighborhoods. And so I'm really pleased to see this strategy put an emphasis and a focus on neighborhoods. Like as you move through the different action items, it seems to be kind of building up to empowering neighborhoods to better celebrate the arts, celebrate their culture, celebrate their identity, and build a sense of identity in the unique areas of our city: Port Dalhousie, Meriton, Fitzgerald, Queenston, Hague, St. Andrews, yeah, Western Hill. I'm just wondering, like, as someone who's done that work a little bit, there can be, a challenge in understanding how to navigate the city, who best to talk to. There can be a challenge to figure out how to get public art on public buildings. I've run into that challenge a number of times. And so I'm just wondering, like, how does this strategy, or how will this strategy address that challenge when we inevitably face it? Like we talk about identifying neighborhoods, building profiles, collecting the data, and then helping support neighbors in celebrating the culture and identity. Like, what kind of a strategy or what kind of thoughts have been put into doing that work, having staff connect with neighborhoods, and how are we going to improve what we're currently doing? How does this strategy help us improve what we're currently doing?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the draft culture plan in front of you does provide a recommendation for staff to look at updating and revising the current public art strategy. That would be an opportunity for staff to look at the questions that you've posed this evening, as far as wanting to fast track opportunities at the local level in our neighborhoods to provide arts opportunities. We do want to streamline that process moving forward, and the public art strategy would be an opportunity for us to refine that moving forward.
All right. No, thank you. That's helpful. I look forward to those discussions and involving as many residents as we can and figuring out how we can better support, both public art, visual art, but also all the different types of performance arts and that are happening within the community. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under challenges on page 23, it indicates a shortage of affordable small to mid-sized spaces for creation. And then later on it says the Performing Arts Center is not perceived as a viable option. When we built the Performing Arts Center, we built the Robertson Theater, fondly referred to as by Councillor Elliott as the black box. And it was built for small audiences of 50 to 150 people. Is that not being used for that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, what we heard through the consultation process with some of our arts groups is while the Performing Arts Center is an ideal, spectacular space for performances, there still is a need in the community for smaller rehearsal spaces. So ongoing rehearsal space was really what was at the heart of that particular comment in the plan.
Okay, so it's seen as a viable performance space, but not as a rehearsal space.
That is correct. That's what we heard from the culture sector during this process.
Okay, in our old courthouse over here, I remember going to a performance. There was a small theater there, correct? Now, obviously, it's not accessible, I don't believe, is it? But is that not something that, as a rehearsal space, we could get to? Or the schools, as we were talking earlier, many of the secondary schools have venues for performance, such as Laura Secord, Simcoe, Sir Winston. I guess Dennis Morris has one also. Is there any chance of a partnership with the school boards to use their space? To me, I see a real educational opportunity, because if we have a group in there practicing, then students could go in and learn from what they're doing. Have we ever made that effort to partner with the school boards?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the draft culture plan does speak to a facility needs assessment, and also working in tangent with RAIN, the Rodman Art Institute of Niagara, and the Niagara Artist Center, also known as NAC. They too are looking at exploring all possibilities for art making space in our community. The school board would be an ideal partner, and we can explore that option through this process. We're also looking at vacant and underutilized space within the city, whether privately or publicly owned, as any opportunities to provide for our arts and culture sector to be able to expand and have more opportunities.
Thank you. And lastly, you met with many arts groups, I'm sure, in putting this together. Do you also meet with the large arts group like Garden City Productions, Chorus Niagara, Foster Festival, Niagara Symphony, to get their views on it also?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, there were many external partners that were consulted through this process. For example, the Niagara Symphony Orchestra, also known as NSO, they did participate in several of our roundtable discussions. I would, however, point to one of the other recommendations that are in this culture plan, and that is for a fulsome review of our current SKIP program, which is our St. Catharines Investment Program. That would be an opportunity to have more fulsome dialogue with some of those larger groups who have been historical recipients of our core sustaining funding, and we will be moving forward with that work in the upcoming months.
That's great to hear. I was part of the SKIP program improvement last time. When are we going to get that going? Tomorrow?
Through the mayor to the councillor, as noted in the report, we do have some operating funding in 2024 and some capital funding in 24, 25, and 26. So we have some resources and staff capacity to start that work immediately.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments from council? All right, I did have one question, probably Ms. Brunetta, and I'm going to nitpick here, but I do have a question. Objective 3.4, action 3.4.2. Introduce a mechanism to allocate a percentage of new municipal development to a public art reserve fund. I'm just curious as to how much that would be, and when we say municipal development, do we mean, you know, residential development, commercial development in the city of St. Catharines, and what sort of addition would that be?
Through the mayor to the councillor, this particular action item builds on some draft work that was done many, many years ago. A percent for art policy is something that we've seen in municipal comparators. We will want to do a more fulsome review to see what the current levels of support in this area are, and that is what is being proposed here. My understanding is that in previous reiterations of the draft, we were looking at something around 1% of a building project being reserved for public art.
Okay, so we can expect a report at some point before the end of this term of council?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, seeing no other questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindo.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that is carried.
Right, moving on to 11.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, Task Force to review remuneration for council, boards, agencies, and commissions recommendations. Before discussing the report, I will look to Donna Del Vecchio, our acting city clerk, to provide introductory comments. Following that, I will ask that Kate Harrington, the chair, and Ruth Unruh, the vice chair, come forward to answer any questions the council may have. So I will turn things over to Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report that is before council this evening is a summary of the recommendations from the Task Force to review remuneration for council, boards, agencies, and commissions. The task force was composed of members who are experienced professionals in different areas applicable to evaluating remuneration. The recommendation before you are based on research conducted along with data from comparator and local area municipalities and common practices in the municipal sector. It's important to note that the recommendations before you, that 2 of the 3 recommendations would apply to the 2026 to 2030 council term, and the recommended increase would be a one-time adjustment. The 3rd recommendation before you would be effective January 1st, 2025. I'm pleased to ask Kate Harrington and Ruth Unruh to come forward.
Welcome. And so the chair and the vice chair of the Citizens Task Force are here and are able to answer any questions the council may have at this time for members of the task force. So do we have any questions from council for members of the task force who made the recommendations?
Or are you all pre-read?
I thought it was a very thorough report, so I'll just say well done. And actually, I will take a moment. Councilor Ratzlaff does have questions. I am going to take a moment and just say thank you for the work that you put in. A topic like this is a very difficult topic. It's one that the community generally has very strong feelings about, and many of us have the contention that it's not something that we should actually be discussing amongst ourselves to make recommendations. It has to come from residents in the community. So I just want to say thank you. You took on a very difficult task. A very thorough report, and based on the reporting from staff, a lot of good discussion about possible ideas comparing to other municipal comparators. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of council for the work that you did.
If we can add a thank you to both Donna, the members of the finance team, and the members of the HR team that helped us answer questions, get data, as well as our 2 other committee members that aren't here today.
So it's not very often that the clerk's office, the HR team, and finance get thanks from the community. So I will just amplify that thank you to our staff as well for the work that they put in on this. Now with that, I know, okay, Councilor Ratzlaff, no questions? Oh, okay, so I apologize for stealing your thunder, Councilor. It does appear it was a thorough enough report, so thank you very much. And if you want to have a seat, just in case there are questions that pop up during the course of the debate, we may direct them towards you. All right, so can I have a mover and a seconder for the staff recommendation? Councilor Miller, Councilor Ratzlaff. Are there any questions or comments? Councilor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a question through you to the clerk, I assume. The second recommendation, does she or other staff know whether using the economic adjustment provided by non-union staff, provided to non-union staff, would make a big difference versus the methodology we use now in terms of the actual increase?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. That was a topic that we did spend a lot of time with the task force discussing, and it was the belief, and I'm not trying to put words in the task force's mouth, but I'm sure our chair and vice chair will echo this comment, that their belief was that the current mechanism that we were using to provide increases to the councillor remuneration actually resulted in us lagging behind, and therefore they felt that pegging it to the non-union wage increase, that is something that is modeled after other municipalities, and they thought that that would be most fair to recommend.
Can we reopen? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Director. And through you, Mr. Mayor, when we vote on this, can I ask that we vote on them separately, please?
As my good friend, the chair of Niagara Region says, it is always appropriate to request that a motion be split.
Thank you.
I think he and I are going to go back and forth doing that to one another at every meeting until the end of this term. All right. Councillor Cush, and actually I'm just going to say it may actually be most appropriate to split all of the clauses in this. People may have differing opinions all the way through. So not just separating out that one, but I think it makes sense to separate. There are 3 clauses, so 3 votes. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be voting for the portion with increase the remuneration to council. And the reason I do it is I think the report that we've received tonight is excellent. It's very thorough. It looks at all avenues for comparison, but at the same time, I think it's the type of report that you would want when you compare employee salaries. And we are not employees. We are a very privileged group that have been elected to represent our constituents. And from that viewpoint, I don't think the report is applicable to us. Our policy is now 55%. And that was recommended to us by a citizens committee. And I think that stood the test of time. It served us well. One year we took a pay cut, and that corresponded to the decline in salaries in the city of St. Catharines. And to increase that to 70, I can't see that, 37,000 per year. That's a 9% increase, of course. And to me, that is somewhat excessive. And I'd stress once again that we're not employees, that we are representatives of the community. And the report indicates that being a counselor is more onerous now than before, and I would disagree with that. My responsibilities as a counselor years ago was much more than they are now. And the report indicates that some counselors indicate that our task is 24/7, and I certainly don't share that. And it's not because I'm lazy, thank you. So I will not be supporting recommendation number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. I will say 2 things. 1, I don't think anybody would ever accuse you of being lazy. And 2, I will fact check you, sir. We actually took a pay cut 2 years in a row because it was the first 2 years that Councillor Harris and I were on council. And our salaries went down 2 years in a row before any positive movement, which was the most interesting job I've ever taken in my life. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of comments. So I really do want to thank the task force members. They really did take on something that was difficult and contentious at times. And I am fully in support of all 3 parts of the recommendation. While it is an honor and a privilege to be a City of St. Catharines councillor, and it as I've heard other people say, it is honestly the most rewarding job I've ever had. No offense to my own business in that aspect. Take that as you will. My clients might not appreciate what I just said, but I don't think that any of us around this horseshoe are doing this for financial gain. But also I think we need to realize that serving the community and doing this job should also not have a negative financial impact on our own families, our own lives. We talk a lot about encouraging folks from all walks of life to run for office, and we want to see a diverse community represented around this horseshoe. But the reality is that the majority of people right now are probably working 1 or 2 jobs. There are a lot of people who are working side hustles. And what I have heard from a lot of people when we talk about it, when they first find out that we're not actually making $85,000 a year, that they would really love to run for office and they would really love to serve the community, but they can't afford and don't want to take a pay cut. And that really, it says to me that inadequate remuneration really does stand as a barrier for participation for a lot of people. As was stated in the report, and I've heard from councillors across the country, that a fair and reasonable salary, which I think $37,000 is, considering that in 2026, with the increments that we're already getting, we'll already be at 32. So we're not, there won't be a jump of, 10,000 or whatever it is. It's going to be a much smaller jump because this isn't going to start until 2026. But we need to attract people from a variety of backgrounds, demographic backgrounds, socioeconomic classes, and employment types. And honestly, being on council shouldn't be limited to those who have the financial ability to do so. Some are very, very fortunate that have great jobs, that have great pensions, and that's amazing. But as a small business owner, there are lots of people like me who will not and cannot afford to take on a council position or even put themselves up for it because of the fear of an impact. And for a very long time, I've heard around the city that we wear this lowest salary, as a badge of honor. And it's not a badge of honor. I think it undervalues the incredibly important work the incredibly important role we play in the running of this corporation. We're being asked to make serious, large decisions, serious decisions about this community. That a small increase, and I believe it is a small increase, is simply recognizing that we are making these difficult decisions. And I think that we have to take into account that there are lots of people in the community who really would like to give this a try, who are more than qualified and more than capable, but the financial aspect holds them back. So if a small increase in 2026 for the next set of councillors may bring out more diversity and a better ratio of what our community looks like, then I think we need to ensure that there is fair and reasonable compensation. And I would hope that my colleagues would support this because things are different than they were. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. First, I just wanted to say that one of the comments that I read online a lot is, like you signed up for this knowing what the pay was. And that's totally true. I signed up for knowing what the pay was. And like Councilor McPherson, it's one of the most fulfilling things I've been able to do. And I wouldn't do anything different. The second comment I wanted to make, though, was that I also understand, the apprehension the public has when they think about raising councillor wages, especially at this moment in time. And for me, part of that, part of the problem here, or this problem is expressing a deeper problem, which is the fact that we have over 120 politicians in Niagara, whereas other municipalities, two-tier municipalities, they have closer to 30 or 40. And that allows them to provide compensation that is a living wage and, provides them with proper compensation for those councillors because there's not 120 of them. And I think this issue is going to continue to come up until we as a municipality, a two-tier municipality, mature and either adopt some of the practices that are colleagues have in Peel or Halton, whereby they only have 40 counselors, and some of the counselors around this horseshoe would be full-time, and some of them would be part-time, and that provides for a compensation that allows for, as Councilor McPherson talked about, people in all different living situations. The next comment is that it is a problem. You know, I'm a millennial that has gotten lucky because I was able to get in the housing market early, and it was almost like winning the lottery. And so that has given me the freedom to be a city councilor. But when I, look around and I see others who would make great city councilors, and I encourage them to run, what I hear is, especially as soon as they hear what you get paid, they can't afford, like, housing prices are different than they were, right? Education is different than they were. We need young mothers, we need young workers, we need young people, well, people younger than myself around this table, and those people are not independently wealthy. And when they look at what the sacrifices they need to make to be able to join us here, it's just not feasible. This small pay bump will help, but it doesn't solve this problem, I don't think. The problem runs a lot deeper. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, it's going to take more time to properly address this issue, but this makes a small baby step to addressing it. Yeah. We need to attract those new voices. And I see that every day in the community as the issues that we talk about don't always reflect everyone in our community. And on that note, the one amendment that I would like to make would be if we could have another point up there so in the suggestion from the panel of residents, it talked about not giving bus passes because we have a parking pass. And so I'd just like to request that we give back our parking passes and take a bus pass instead. This is something we've talked about a lot as a councilor, and we're talking about sustainability, we're talking about active transportation, and I think it's really important that as leaders in our community, we experience what it means to take the bus, so we can take it to work, we can take it to the beach, we can take it to visit our friends, and by showing that leadership, by taking the parking pass, or taking the bus pass instead of the parking pass, I think we're showing leadership in that sector. So that's an amendment I'd like to put forward.
Okay, so a procedural note, and I'm gonna just ask the indulgence of council for a second. Normally, we would ask if this is a friendly amendment. I've suggested, though, that we split all of the clauses. So I'm going to suggest that we just accept everything as friendly in terms of amendments and allow council to make the decision individually on each of those additional clauses. Can we open Councillor Lindell's microphone? No, don't worry about pressing the button. Councillor Ratzlaff, you got to turn yours off.
Would the councillor be open to an either or? You can take either a bus pass or a parking pass. There are some people with mobility issues that maybe don't necessarily want to take the bus on a regular basis.
So, councillor?
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that the bus can accommodate those mobility issues, but...
For clarity, the bus can.
Yeah.
Councillor, it's your amendment, so.
Yeah, sure, either or.
Receive either a bus pass or a parking pass. All right. Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Miller, you're up next.
Thank you. I'm going to endeavor not to repeat everything I said a couple years ago when we talked about this, because most of you were here, because we tend to not get a lot of turnover on city council. I do want to thank the work that went into this from the community members. It is great to see. I am happy to be talking about this for next term. I wish we did it ahead of the last elections. We didn't. So we sort of continue to be, I think directly because of that, we continue to be older and whiter and wealthier and straighter and more male than the community that we represent. I mean, you're more likely to be a landlord than a person of color on St. Catharines City Council. You're more likely to be a landlord than a woman. You're more likely to be a landlord than a queer person or a renter. So we don't get a broad perspectives. I think Councillor Kushner was right. This is an incredibly privileged position to be in, and I think that's part of the problem we are addressing. I think any organization seeks different skills and perspectives for their boards. And in order to do that, they try to attract new board members with those perspectives and with those skill sets. And I think we failed to do that as a city. And I think the proof's in the pudding. Just by the makeup of our council, it's not, I don't really have a bad word to say about anyone around here, but I do teach civics, and I do think that the point of representative democracy is it's supposed to be representative, and we're not doing that. So, and you know, this is, I'm lucky I'm not running again, so I can talk about this freely without any benefit to myself. But I can say over the last 6-7 years that I've been on this council and 10 years or so that I've followed it, the lack of remuneration, that's a fun word, comes up significantly when I talk to people. I'm not young anymore, I think I used to be, but when I talk to younger people than we have around this horseshoe and around city councils in general, it's really top of mind, because it means stepping away from your career, maybe not permanently, but dialing it back, whether you have your own business or you're in a trade or something like that, where you need to accumulate hours. And with, again, money makes the world go round. So without that, it's really a turnoff for a lot of people. I won't get into is this job harder or not than it used to be, but it is asking a lot of people, and I think people deserve to be compensated. And again, I think it's just critical to change out the makeup of what we are. So happy to support this. And thanks again to those who put it together, because it's a great report and clearly outlines the reason why. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this it's a good report, and I thank the committee for it as well. We're doing this for the next term of council. It's kind of like this city has not had any strategic planning on pretty much anything in the last 30, 40 years, as I said earlier, and we're moving ahead with doing different plans like that. Well, it's never popular to give council a raise. By not doing it, then the next time this report comes in 2028 or 2030, now the gap's going to be $30,000 different. And then everyone's really going to be ticked off when you get it. So the years passed when they should have just let it go, the small increments, and they'd be on board and we wouldn't be here. The longer you wait, the gap grows, and someday you have to play catch up. And if we don't do it now, then we're going to dump that on future councils, and that's a mistake to do something like that.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments? All right, seeing none, I will just speak very briefly. I will give credit to council and to staff and to the task force. I think this is a report that outlines the right way to do this. I don't think it would be appropriate for council to be voting on pay increases mid-term. The comment's been made, and it's true. When we run for these jobs, we know what the job is. I will start off by asking to add an amendment in here, and that would be an amendment that would allow councillors to opt in to Omer's pension. In the same way that we have part-time employees now who we are allowing to opt into a pension plan, I will say I think it's one of my biggest frustrations. Regional councillors are part of Omer's. I'm part of Omer's, but our councillors don't have the option to opt in. It would be deductions off of councillors' paychecks that would help to fund that Omer's pension. But it is something that, as I said, I was a bit surprised getting to the region and realizing that that is actually standard for a lot of councils. So I would ask that that get added as a possible amendment and that it be voted on separately, that council be given the same option starting in 2027 to opt into the Omer's pension, similar to the way part-time employees are treated at the City of St. Catharines. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about this, but I have made this point a lot. And I think I come at this from maybe a unique perspective in that I did serve on city council and then I went to the region. And so I have seen what the workloads look like. And I will say, city councilors right now, I think it's $27,800, something like that, $27,800 for a job that, if done properly, probably takes on average, if you spread it out over the course of the year, on average, 30 hours a week. And when I say that to people, they are kind of surprised, but I'll use tonight's agenda as an example. Tonight's agenda is 247 pages long. Tonight is not a ridiculously long agenda. It's also not a short agenda. It's kind of the average. I think most councillors would agree with that. But the job isn't just reading the agenda, and it's not just coming to council on Monday nights. It's also attending budget committee meetings if you're on the budget committee. It's attending hydro or tourism St. Catharines meetings if you're on either of those boards. Or maybe you're on the transit commission as a St. Catharines rep and you're doing that. It's receiving phone calls and, you know, contacting residents. It's returning emails. It's doing site visits. When you start to add up all the time that goes in, this is a job that I would argue probably takes about 30 hours a week at a minimum to do properly. And there are times of the year when it takes more than that. We all know what budget season looks like. And trying to get through budget documents, hundreds of pages long, and having to contact staff and ask questions, this is a job that takes a lot of time. When I got to the region, I discovered that regional councillors make closer to $40,000. This is not meant as any denigration to my regional colleagues. But I would argue that St. Catharines city councillors work harder than regional councillors. And I don't mean that to be denigrating, but the people in this horseshoe get the phone calls, and they get the emails, and they do the site visits, and they go out to the events. They do all of these things. So I think it's appropriate that they be paid for that time. The reality is, if you do 30 hours a week, like I said, on average, you're making about $1 more than minimum wage if you sit in this horseshoe. I would argue that the job of city councilor in the city of St. Catharines is worth more than $1 more than minimum wage. I think it requires more than that. I think the job is important enough, and I think the job is difficult enough that it requires more than that. So I will be supporting this tonight. I will say I appreciate the fact that the remuneration and the way it is changed on an ongoing basis does not require council to vote on it. I think that's appropriate. I didn't have a problem with the way it was calculated in the past, but I understand doing this. The non-union staff increases are based on the consumer price index, you know, and it's not a decision of this council to make. It's not done that way. I think the healthcare spending account is important. I think if you're going to have somebody sitting in that horseshoe and they need to read those reports, if they need glasses, they should be able to have some form of benefits to be able to go and get those glasses. Something else that I was surprised of when I went to the region, they get a full benefits package. It's not a spending account, it's a full benefits package. So I think that's fair. I think if councillors want to opt for a bus pass or a parking pass, that is totally up to them. I will say that the needs of the job I don't think are particularly well suited to a bus pass, because I know there are many councillors here that will go for a site visit. I've used Councillor Dodge, for example. Maybe she's going to go for a site visit at Sunset Beach, but then she's going to have to get downtown for a city meeting, and then she's going to have to get back to Grantham to meet with a resident somewhere. And I know she does that much work. She's going to then be at a Tim Hortons to meet with another resident. I know that Councillor Dodge does all of that. I know Councillor Phillips does as well in Grantham, just like all of us do. So while I appreciate, and I definitely think a case could be made, I think it's good to offer the option. But I do also think that councillors should have the option to opt into OMERS if they so choose. Again, it would be money taken off of your paychecks, so it is a choice that you get to make in the same way that our part-time employees get to make that choice. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Okay, so the first vote, Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
Councillor Dodge,
No.
Councillor Garcia,
No.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
No.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco,
Yes.
and that's carried. second vote, Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Were you channeling Councillor Harris right there?
I was.
Okay.
Third vote for the health care spending account, Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Councillor, you're a bad influence.
This is a big deal for me. Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge, Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's unanimous. And the fifth vote to join OMERS effective the 2026 to 2030 council term?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Excellent. I just want to thank council for what was always a difficult debate, but I think a very respectful debate, and I appreciate the fact that we were able to get there. There was one comment I wanted to make, and I should point this out. The mayor's salary does not get changed by this report, just that I know someone somewhere will say that my comments were self-serving. Didn't have a dog in this fight. So just want to point that out. My salary doesn't change. We will move on to 11.6, Community Recreation and Culture Services and Municipal Works, Comprehensive Report on Forestry Operations and Services. Prior to discussing the report, I will look to Daryl Smith, the Director of Municipal Works, to provide introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, staff, and the members of the public that are here this evening. This report is addressing the budget and resource implications of bringing all current forestry services in-house. It is not meant to address the additional resources required to achieve the city's tree canopy report, and that will be coming shortly. Since the budget meeting in January, where we were asked to prepare this report, there have been several meetings with the union to try to address some of the ongoing issues that have been impacting the staffing of our forestry section. The most significant of these is the lack of qualified applicants for the Arborist 2 positions. To that end, we've reached an agreement with the union to create a forestry labor position, and this will allow us to have a mix of staff for our existing internal crews, which include Arborist 2s, Arborist 1s, and a forestry laborer. This staffing model was used in preparing this report. If council wishes to proceed with bringing these services in-house, there are some practical considerations. The first has already been spoken to, and that is the availability of qualified Arborist 2s. And the second is the lead time required to purchase city vehicles. Specialty vehicles, such as an aerial lift truck, can take up to 2 years for delivery after the purchase order has been approved. Thank you for the opportunity to make these opening comments, and staff are available to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. So, council will now hear delegations from Lindsay Taylor, Rory Bourgeois, Ron Hughes, and Sean Parkinson. At this time, I'll call Lindsay Taylor to present.
Okay. I might be a little slow. I do have a 4 a.m. start tomorrow, so please bear with me as I try to get through my delegation tonight. Thank you. All right. Good evening, distinguished councilors, Mayor Cisco, and St. Catharines residents. My name is Lindsay Taylor, and I'm here tonight to discuss the Urban Forest Management Report prepared by staff and to speak to the crucial role of proactive forestry resource management for our city. I recognize that the mayor and council will have a lot to think about over the next few months as the budget is reconfirmed. My goal tonight is to support council with making an informed decision that will directly impact the environmental sustainability of our city for generations to come. As an aspiring ISA certified arborist, certified technologist, and a certified ecological restoration practitioner in training, and as a forestry resource management assistant with the City of Mississauga's Forestry Resource Management Division, I have a deep understanding of the value that green infrastructure plays in our community and how to proactively manage assets such as trees. When reviewing the report prepared by staff, I was thrilled to see the proposed addition of forestry laborer positions and an additional forestry supervisor. While this proposal did not include job descriptions, I can only assume this added support would pave the way for proactive inventorying and planting throughout the city. In the response given to Councillor Don Dodge back in January regarding the request for a comparable urban forestry department, I shared that Guelph, in addition to management and arborist staff, has both a GIS technologist and GIS technician alongside 2 natural areas technicians and 12 seasonal workers. In the City of Mississauga, our Forestry Resource Management Division proactively prescribes work orders for trees, including pruning, stumping, and removals by employing GIS technologies. This reduces the needs for residents to call in and request these services, reducing the backlog of service orders and optimizing our forestry resources such as talent and equipment. Public safety is paramount to safeguard the health and well-being of residents. When we use a proactive inventorying strategy, we can identify and respond to potential risks that pose a hazard to residents and property. Certain neighborhoods in St. Catharines have historically been underserved. Using the data retrieved through an inventory, we can prioritize equity-seeking neighborhoods for future plantings and improve service across the city. By identifying underserved communities, we realize the vastly important intersection of social and environmental concerns. Upon inventory and canvassing within the city, I have encountered so many community members who are both excited about growing the urban canopy and are concerned for its well-being. There's so much potential to tap into the power of community stewardship through the expanded staff proposal. Members of our community want to reconnect with the land and with their neighbors. Facilitating these opportunities is a fantastic role for the city to play. There are many groups already doing this work, such as Landcare Niagara, Arbor STC, and the Niagara Urban Stewards, among others, who deeply want to see change and love our city, such as myself. In conclusion, investing in forestry resource management is not just about maintaining trees, it's about ensuring public safety, improving infrastructure, and enhancing our community's quality of life. Thank you for your time and consideration with my delegation. I've kept it well under 5 minutes, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We always appreciate when delegates are under 5 minutes.
Nothing but not efficient.
Are there any questions or comments for the delegate? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
What a change. Thank you.
I will now call Rory Bourgeois to present. Councillor Williamson, your retirement gig as the Sergeant at Arms is going swimmingly, sir.
Hello, my name is Rory Bourgeois, and I'm the president of QP Local 150, which represents outdoor workers at the City of St. Catharines. I'm speaking today on management's report on making the entire forestry operation in-house and taking profit out of managing our city's trees. This report speaks to 3 separate operations: maintenance, planting, and stumping. I will focus primarily on maintenance, maintaining the trees we have today. Our forestry department is still feeling the effects of a multi-year hiring freeze that was never approved by council. The department was starved almost to the point of closure, and to this day, this department still has just 5 staff. On January 22nd of this year, council voted unanimously to save the 4 vacant positions in the department, as well as the 5 already working. As mentioned in the report and by Daryl, the union is working with management to get those 4 vacant positions filled. Both parties have agreed that the positions would be best filled by a mix of arborist 2s, arborist 1s, and forestry laborers. So what's next for the department? According to the report, we are only 3 positions away from an entirely public tree maintenance department. If we were to add 1 arborist 1 and 2 laborers, that would have an operating impact of $270,620. And even this is a cost that would not be realized right away. 10 months after council directed staff to fill the 4 vacant forestry jobs, we still have not seen an increase in the real staffing cost of the department. It is unrealistic then to suggest that adding 3 additional positions would have an immediate impact either. On the other end of that cost is equipment. An additional aerial truck and chipper would have a cost of just over $1 million, financed over several years. With the cost of equipment top of mind, we must continue to remember that we are speaking about a department that is recovering from being understaffed for years, and we must continue to move closer to correcting that. When referencing the table on page 4 of the report, notice the contrast between equipment costs and labor costs. Tax money is only wasted when this equipment sits in our yard. The greatest threat to our budget is understaffing. Equipment is only ever worth purchasing with an equal or greater investment in staff. In regard to planting and stumping, I will say only this. There is no business that CUPE Local 150 is looking to get out of. We are looking for more work and more workers. We need to keep our equipment busy. From $720,000 lift trucks to $230,000 backhoes, every day that equipment is left empty in our yard, residents are feeling the effects of our union being understaffed. As an example, when a city-owned backhoe is in our yard, it can be pulling out a stump. When a city-owned stump grinder is in our yard, it can be grinding a stump. They just need operators. That is why I would like to encourage council to continue to invest in our in-house forestry operation by investing in staff. First, by directing management to add the 3 additional staff to tree maintenance to replace the 3 contracted positions, with the possibility of more to accommodate absence and keep forestry equipment on the road. Second, by directing management to add 2 to 4 staff to perform stumping. And third, by continuing to examine how planting could be improved, including the possibility of bringing it into the broader forestry department. This does not need to be done all at once. It just needs to remain an ongoing budget priority. Together, we can build back our forestry department. Let's invest in our canopy and make the gradual shift away from for-profit tree care, 1 job and 1 budget at a time. Residents deserve the quality and accountability of our in-house staff working on their trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bourgeois, for the presentation. Are there any questions or comments for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. I will now call Ron Hughes to present.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Mr. Hughes, can I just jump in for a sec? I was just going to ask if you can make sure the mic is right at your, just so anybody at home can hear it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ron Hughes, and I'm the Chief Steward of CUPE 1 Local 150. I would like to say one of the main reasons I always wanted to work for the City of St. Catharines was the quality and the amount of equipment it owns. As a member of staff today, it is one of the things that I'm very grateful for. That being said, along with the storage issues we face and the underutilization of existing equipment, I feel investment more heavily in staff would improve this situation now and into the future. As we expand forestry and bring it in-house where it belongs, this isn't to say there aren't some crucial purchases listed in the report. The aerial truck and the mini excavator would be essential purchases for a complete forestry team. I have been an arborist for over 20 years with firsthand experience in both public and private sectors. My last job in forestry was with the city as a casual arborist 1 in the summer of 2019. I'm here to discuss critical importance of urban tree canopy and why in-house city workers are best suited to protect and expand it. Why trees matter. So why trees? Why should we care about the issue? Trees are not merely part of our landscape, they are essential to our community's health and well-being and can be considered assets as they have value. They prevent erosion by stabilizing soil, mitigate flood risks by absorbing excess rainwater, provide shade and cooler air during hot summer months, and act as natural windbreaks in the winter to protect fields and roads. Trees also combat climate change by absorbing strong greenhouse gases, regulate water levels, protect shorelines from storm surges, and help cool urban air. But planting them is not a simple task. It requires long-term planning, vision, and expertise. Critical considerations such as soil health, proper spacing, and species selection must be made prior to planting. These factors significantly influence the survival and the growth of new trees. We've observed challenges arising from outsourcing tree planting to private contractors. Management has reported the survival rate of tree planting by contractors has increased since a change in contractors, but it is hit and miss. Many of these trees are unfortunately destined to fail from the outset due to inadequate site assessment and preparation. Contractors are often instructed to plant a specific number of trees in designated areas without thorough evaluation of soil conditions. As city arborists, we recognize when soil lacks the necessary integrity and nutrients to support new plantings. This disconnect means that trees are planted in unsuitable conditions, leading to high mortality rates, often around the 2 to 3 year mark, just beyond the warranty periods. A case in point, for example, in the summer of 2017, on a crew I was with, we were set to remove 20 to 30 dead trees in Pickleball Park. These trees died due to poor soil quality, a factor that would have been identified and addressed with proper arborist oversight. The situation illustrates the inefficiency of the current approach. Even if dead tree is replaced under warranty after 2 or 3 years, we've lost 2 or 3 years of growing time. The advantage of in-house expertise. While planting trees doesn't always require an arborist, oversight by qualified professionals is crucial to ensure high survival rates and the long-term health of our urban canopy. In-house city workers possess the local knowledge, expertise, and commitment to our community necessary to perform the work effectively and efficiently. We need to look beyond immediate cost and consider the broader picture, the future of our trees and the multitude of environmental, economic, and social benefits they provide. Investing in in-house services assures accountability, higher quality work, and better outcomes for our city. In conclusion, I urge the council to reconsider the reliance on private contractors for tree planting and maintenance. I realize that the budget may give you sticker shock, but it will result in dividends in the future. Remember, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Let's empower our city workers to protect and enhance our urban canopy, ensuring a greener and healthier St. Catharines for generations to come, which I added, which aligns with the city strategic plan. Thank you for your time and consideration. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Questions at this time, Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Sorry, at the beginning of your presentation, you had said that we need 1 aerial truck and a mini excavator. Is that correct?
No, they were part of the budgeted list, and I mentioned that they were critical
okay.
purchases for the forestry department.
Okay. Do you feel that we have the staff to operate these things right now, as it stands?
No, I do not.
Okay. Moving forward, if we were, say, like, I would like to see the whole thing implemented, but could we do this in steps? Like you know, the director said earlier that you're having a difficult time finding arborists. So.
Well, it is true that we're having a hard time finding arborists. That's why I mentioned also in my presentation that I worked at the city as an arborist 1, and I was a casual. Now, I'm assuming all the counselors know what casuals are?
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to see that implemented again as well, because for one thing, casuals don't get vacation time. So you're there for 7 months, you don't get time off, except for the few holidays. So the arborists take a lot of time off in the summer because who wouldn't? So the casual can fill in a lot of that. So I'm also would like to see a casual arborist 1 forestry position.
In addition to the one that we're asking for here?
Yes.
Okay, so you're asking for another body from the casual labor pool.
A
Okay.
casual position, yes.
Okay, and then when you were talking about the tree plantings and whatnot, how do we keep track of that? Do we have an actual GIS department that takes care of that right now?
Currently that's now handled by CRSC. And so it's not controlled by the forestry department.
Okay. In your opinion, would it be better to be handled by the forestry department?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilor Ratzlaff.
Mayor, through you to the presenter. Thanks for the presentation and for being here tonight. Just a few questions. The equipment that we currently have, do you see any potential for using some of our current trucks, flatbeds, trailers? Like, are they being used to capacity, or could some of them be used more efficiently in the forestry?
Yes, I see a lot of equipment that could be utilized in forestry. We currently have 3 skid steerers that are much more nimble than a backhoe, and they could do a lot of the work as far as remediation of tree stumps. They can help with planting. You could possibly get an auger attachment on a skid steer to make holes for tree planting. So these are things that you can do. We do have we have a big trailer at the yard that's underutilized. We could be using that, or there is other trailers. The other thing that we could do is, I don't know if you realize, but the plants and the flowers in the city are watered between 5 a.m. and 1 p.m. It's fairly reasonable to have a second shift with the existing watering equipment to water trees.
So what I'm hearing is, like, if we looked a little harder, we could find some more efficiencies to maybe put off or like purchase less equipment.
Yes, I believe that is true.
All right, that's helpful. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to ask. I mean, looking at the list of equipment purchases and then the number of new employees, I just find it hard to believe that like all of this equipment's going to be able to be used to its full capacity. But perhaps, perhaps I'm wrong, and that's a question maybe for management. So thanks.
Well, one of the things that when the Lake Street Yard and the Geneva Street merged, one of the reasons for doing that was that there would be more sharing of equipment and workers on projects. I think that could be improved a little bit as well.
Right. Awesome. Thanks.
Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter. So the director said that they put out, they were looking for 4 positions to fill, and they only filled 2 that were properly, you know what I'm talking about. Right. With all the private contractors out there, why do you think somebody from the private sector hasn't wanted to apply for a job at the city?
Well, I have a personal story about that because I know someone in the private sector who used to work with me, and I've encouraged him to come to the city, and he told me that the private contractor is currently paying more money and that his wife has benefits and he's not worried about it.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, you said you had to take down several trees in Pickleball because they had died. And I'm wondering if we had an in-house forestry group, how much tree waste would have been avoided? Because I'm sure Pickleball isn't the only park.
No, but Pickleball is an unusual park because it was built using the soil they took out to build the canal. So that means that that soil doesn't have any microbiotic life and it doesn't have a lot of nutrition for the trees to grow in. So that's why it's so important for an arborist to do a thorough examination of the condition of the soil to ensure that the soil is adequate to plant the tree. If you don't, we have a saying in the tree business that you don't put a $100 tree in a $10 hole. So the condition of the soil is important, and different trees can live in different types of soil, so it's important to know what you're dealing with before you choose the tree and plant it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Hughes, for the presentation. I will now call Sean Parkinson to present.
Unfortunately, I won't be as short as Lindsay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Parkinson. I have a background in ecology, environmental sciences, and environmental management, and I am a certified arborist who currently works as a forestry management assistant for the city of Mississauga. I am so proud we are all here today because the council saw value in the delegations presented back in January that were made in an effort to save the in-house arborist team from being outsourced and to expand that team to include more forestry specialists. I'm also very excited to see that this proposal outlines a great first effort to expand and reimagine forestry services in St. Catharines. Today, I want to speak as someone who works in a city that diligently invests in its forestry department as we face the ongoing challenges of climate change and environmental degradation in southern Ontario. In Mississauga, our leadership has taken services back in-house and expanded the forestry staff complement and service level, which I believe is the best direction for all urban forestry departments moving forward. In Mississauga, we budget our trees from installation all the way through their life cycle, including their replacements, whereby each unique stage of a tree's life requires an equally diverse staff of forestry professionals. We inventory our forests and appraise that value as green infrastructure, which we protect through both private and public legislation. We also commit to expanding and converting spaces in the city into naturalized areas through our 1 Million Trees initiative, which surpassed the halfway mark just last year. In Mississauga, I'm part of a team of 6 who overlook contract administration and planting, though we still outsource the planting labor. This exemplifies how much work goes into planting beyond just digging holes. This planting team contains master's graduates, a former nursery supervisor, an arborist of 15 years, while 5 of us are ISA certified arborists, one of whom is a registered forestry professional. Collectively, we apply our background, education, and experience to select appropriate sites to the city and then apply both social and ecological considerations for tree species that we think are appropriate for each unique site. Considerations such as biodiversity, disease mitigation, and improved quality of life for residents. Lindsay Taylor and I have conducted 2 full inventories of street trees in St. Catharines downtown core, both in 2022 for the St. Catharines Downtown Association and one independently this summer. Lindsay and I have documented significant changes in the downtown canopy since 2016, which is when the city of St. Catharines last outsourced an inventory 8 years ago. Our report was made publicly available on the SCDA website and outlines some of the concerning data suggesting an overabundance of certain species, a decline in large mature trees, and the presence of non-native and invasive species on boulevards. Because of our inventory, we can better tell the story of how our canopy changes and why our trees fail or succeed. A great example are 2 beautiful honey locusts on James Street, which are now in decline after nearly their entire root systems were removed as a result of a sidewalk reconstruction. The International Society for Arboriculture Standards states that a tree protection zone should have been implemented and that a certified arborist should have been assigned to monitor that protection. Without an inventory and the staff to conduct it, we would never otherwise know why trees like these die prematurely. In Mississauga, we apply a cross-pollination approach so that new employees can develop a suite of skills across the department, from stump verification to planting to invasive removals to inventorying and community engagement. I would love to see the same level of consideration practiced in St. Catharines through the proposed expanded staff complement, and I would love to see the same opportunities provided to young professionals so that they can put down, put down roots, start their own families, and build long-lasting careers here in this amazing city. In Mississauga, we have a mandate not to spend our time convincing city councilors that there isn't enough space to plant or that our canopy coverage goal should be lowered, but instead to find every opportunity we can to grow a large, mature canopy, expand our green spaces, and commit to a healthy, diverse urban forest. There's a lot of power in diversity. It is a necessary ingredient for both a resilient forest and an effective urban forestry team. And I hope that we can see St. Catharines follow in the footsteps of other cities so that the state of our downtown trees doesn't become a reflection of neglect across the city, and that our urban forests are not abandoned, as was the intention for the in-house arborist team. We have so much history in our city, including many trees that exemplify that heritage, and I would love to see them, more than anything, thrive with the continuation of these new commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the presenter. The City of Mississauga, how does your urban forestry canopy compare to this city? Do you have an idea?
In what capacity?
Well, we're talking about, I think this report says 23%? 22%? Okay.
Oh, canopy coverage?
22.4, I believe. 22.4.
22.4, thank you.
I don't know the canopy coverage of Mississauga, if that's what you're requesting.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Mississauga has a private tree bylaw in place, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
that gives you more opportunities, more space to plant trees, obviously.
Yeah, so we do have a bylaw team as well that enforces both our private and public legislation. So, yeah.
Thank you.
We do have through our inventory a breakdown of all of our diversity, both from a city level and a zone level. There are 78 zones in Mississauga, so we have an ongoing inventory that improves that data. Every 7 years, we fully re-inventory our entire forest. So I do have some of that information, just not the canopy coverage.
Sure, thank you. Well, I'm at it. And then you have a list of native trees, species to plant in certain areas to maintain biodiversity.
Yes, so our natural heritage team plants only natives, so they're converting or expanding spaces within the city, so they have an entire list of native species, including shrubs. And then for our street and park planting, we have an extensive list of natives as well. We do have some hybrid species as well, and we're looking to modify our contracts to include a more diverse native selection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening. You were talking about a lot of lists and how you keep track of things. How does the City of Mississauga keep track of all the stuff that they have going on there with their urban canopy and their urban forestry department?
I can't speak to everything. I did just start in May, so but I think the diversity of the staff is really what's so important, because we have different members who are in charge of every different division. Aside from that, we have, again, that cross-pollination aspect where we try to incorporate people from every division into every field of work, whether that is stumping or planting or invasive removals, et cetera. So I think, as Lindsay touched on, we have an excellent inventory of our trees through our GIS specialists. So again, diversifying the skill set of our employees and then crossing over that experience so that we can train everyone.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Parkinson, for your presentation. Just for clarity, the question was asked about tree canopy coverage in Mississauga. It appears to be about 19%. City of St. Catharines is at 22.4%. If we're going to use metrics, it's the metric they have. Can I get a counselor to move the motion to receive the delegation? Counselor Kushner, Counselor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Can I get a counselor to move the recommendation in the report? Counselor Dodge and Counselor Lindell. And then Counselor Dodge.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to receive the report and refer it to, I'm not sure exactly.
November 20th.
Thank you.
The November 20th budget meeting.
Thank you.
Now, I will just state for the record, this is not a standard referral. We can still discuss the report. This is simply making sure that this becomes a part of the agenda for the November 20th budget report. I just didn't want anybody to get confused about the word refer in this case. So you can ask questions. So with that, if there are any questions or comments.
Can I wait?
Counselor Dodge, yes, that doesn't count. You were making a change. That's
Okay.
totally fine.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes, the question I have, Mr. Mayor, we've heard the representatives tonight indicate that our equipment sits idle. For example, why is that? Is it just because we don't have the personnel to man the equipment? So the follow-up question I would ask, if we have the idle equipment, would we not be better off to contract stumping, for example, which is more capital intensive, and keep the labor intensive work in-house?
Mr. Smith.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak specifically to the forestry equipment and its usage. So if council recalls, in my opening comments, I talked about meeting with the union since the budget committee meeting. And it's just within the last month, or just a little over a month, that we actually reached an agreement on how to fill the staffing gaps, since we were not able to hire the arborist twos that were originally contemplated. And that is the cause of the forestry equipment sitting idle. We would fully utilize that equipment, even when we have vacations and sick time. Management staff manage those absences and try to maximize the use of equipment. So to bring the services in-house that are not in-house now would require the purchase of new equipment. I'm always open to discussions with the union on what equipment that is, but generally speaking, we tried to match the utilization that we have now with the contractors' crews when we brought those crews in-house.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Director of Municipal Works, why do we have planting in CRCS and the rest of our forestry in your department?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was a division of duties that came to be when the two departments were founded. Planting was seen much more as a renewal type program rather than a maintenance type program, and Municipal Works was originally contemplated that it would be a maintenance operation. However, we did mention in the report that if council did wish to proceed with bringing all these services in-house, that it would make logical sense to move all these services into Municipal Works for better coordination and usage.
So do you feel if we moved planting into your department, would there be any savings, staff-wise or equipment-wise?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, right now, planting is accomplished through a contractor. The planning for that planting is a part-time responsibility of one of the CRCS staff members, and Director Christie could speak to that if the councilor wants more information. So there would not be a saving per se of labor. That duty would have to move to CRCS, or sorry, to Municipal Works, and then we would have to add the crew to actually do the work.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, in the report, it rings loud and clear that the facility on Lake Street, if we purchased what you have listed there, the facility on Lake Street is too small to accommodate it. What would the option be? Where would we put the new stuff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is something we'd have to work through. Municipal Works has funds in the budget. We've been carrying it for a few years now for off-site storage. And if council were to implement that as part of the implementation program, we would find the off-site storage for the suitable off-site storage for the suitable equipment. So that doesn't necessarily mean the forestry equipment would be moved off-site, but some equipment would have to be moved off-site to accommodate it.
Such as snow plows?
What we do now is seasonal, through you, Mr. Mayor. What we do now is seasonal, so we tend to have, summer equipment stored in the winter and winter equipment stored in the summer.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson, followed by Garcia and Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, essentially, Deputy Mayor Phillips has asked the question I was going to ask, and I recall the debates when the decision was made to move off of the site at 320 Geneva Street and consolidate everything at Lake Street, and I was not particularly a fan. I know Councillor Garcia was not either. And now we're seeing this as an obstacle. So it's a bit disappointing. We've had some other issues with Lake Street recently as well in the neighborhood. So I do hope that there is an alternative place for storage and that it shouldn't cost the taxpayers money to do so. It should be some on lands that we already operate. Otherwise, I'm not going to get into a long dissertation on this report, but I just did want to speak to that aspect of it because it is coming back November the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Councilor Phillips and Williamson have touched on what I wanted to ask, so I would just ask that if we're referring this for that November meeting, budget meeting, I would ask that staff provide some information specifically in terms of what additional equipment will be required and alternatives and potential costs for where we would store that equipment.
Councillor, can I just ask, with respect to the additional equipment, you're saying over and above the list in the report? Because there's a list of fleet purchases there. So are you asking about additional equipment in addition to what's there? Oh, can we turn Councillor Garcia back on? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to, not necessarily other equipment, but just that we have specific cost information on any equipment that they feel would be necessary in addition to what we have now, as well as a potential place or cost for storing it somewhere.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just my question is in regards to, I do receive a lot of calls from residents who are still waiting for, trees to be cut back or trees to be removed. I'm just wondering, how would it impact the wait times or for residents who are waiting for this type of service from the city?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've identified taking in basically the same resources in-house that are available to us now. So this would not positively or negatively impact that current wait time. We do have the report coming in November that's going to include the proactive maintenance component and the work program to meet the tree canopy plan. And that report will address things that will help improve that backlog of work orders.
Thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Mayor, there is one comment that was made by one of the presenters that that staff had convinced council that there's not enough space to plant the number of trees we've asked for. I'm just wondering if maybe the director can kind of just comment on that, because I know staff did do extensive work and research on locations for city-owned lands. I'm just wondering if maybe the director can comment on the facts and the data that were attached to those discussions for council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, To accomplish our tree canopy goal, it is not possible in any way to meet that on city-owned property alone. Practically speaking, we have about 3 square kilometers of available land that's not spoken for. However, that 3 square kilometers is going to be, there's going to be demands placed on that more than just tree growth, such as additional sports and recreation facilities, pickleball courts, those sorts of things. So practically speaking, all of that 3 square kilometers is not available. We need approximately 9 square kilometers. I can't remember the exact number. It's around 9 square kilometers to achieve our tree canopy goal. So it's going to take a lot of work with influencing the private sector to come along this journey with us, to help them see the importance of the tree canopy and to get them to buy into this. I will mention that the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority has just made a statement about trying to plant 1 million trees in their area, and we've already been in contact with them to discuss potentials for partnerships there. So it's not that staff don't want to see the tree canopy hit 30%, it's the practical implications of trying to reach that number, which is why we asked council to set the 25% goal.
Thank you for that. And again, I just want to extend my appreciation to staff for bringing this forward, and also the time that was spent on, all the hours that were spent on finding locations. I hope that as we move forward, we can build these partnerships like with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, not just the MPCA, but other school boards and other private citizens. But I appreciate that, and thank you. Look forward to supporting the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just have a question and a comment. So the question's for Director of Engineering. Last year, around this time, we received, or we were talking about our asset management plan, and we read a report, or there was a report on our natural assets, which includes trees. And so I'm assuming that at that time, we did some sort of high-level inventory to determine the value of our trees, the asset that we had there, because there was a dollar figure attached to it. So I'm just wondering, what kind of work was done at that time to inventory our trees, and then as we move forward, the assumption was, at least kind of what I understood through conversations with staff, was that we will continue to build on that foundation of information, and so I'm hoping that the detail improves year over year as we continue to survey our assets. But I just want to make sure that was correct with the Director of Engineering, and what was the inventory that we did take, and are we going to improve on that moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, we did have an inventory of trees that we did base our asset management plan on. We work closely with the other departments, CRCS as well as Municipal Works on that. And we are also continuing to engage with Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority on improving the way in which we do asset management for our natural assets. The other thing to note, natural assets are a little bit different than some of our other ones. They continue to grow in value as the years move on, some of them, especially trees. So therefore, assigning a dollar value to natural assets is difficult. But yes, we are continuing to improve the way in which we do asset management for our natural assets, and specifically our trees in the city.
All right, that's helpful. And will we be revisiting that inventory? When is that up to be revisited? The asset management plan, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So as we plant trees, councillor, we are updating our database. So that's a constant effort on our part to make sure that the inventory is valid.
All right, thank you. My comment then is just, we had, I know that staff's been working hard with their people strategy to attract talent, and I'm happy to hear that we're now ready to hire those 4 vacant positions that have been vacant for a while. Because, we heard from 2 skilled arborists who went to the city of Mississauga to find work, and I hope that, in the future we'll be able to keep and attract people who are skilled in St. Catharines right here in the city. Thanks.
Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just have a few questions. If we wait until, part of the, in the recommendation was waiting till 2027, how much more would that cost us to buy those implements?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what cost increase would happen. The reason that I recommended that it would be considered with the 2027 budget is it's a significant amount that there would be trouble mitigating those costs in a reconfirmation budget of the 2025 and 2026. And I'm sure the Director of Finance could speak to that a little more if requested.
I won't ask Christine right now, but I'll leave that till the November meeting. So could we not move forward with some of this to work towards keeping this in-house by, maybe getting the staff on board and then maybe looking at reutilizing some of the equipment and whatnot, and then perhaps, I don't know if there's ever been a consideration about what was mentioned by one of the presenters as having some of our casuals be forestry people, and if that could be a consideration. Obviously, I don't expect that maybe you might have the answer tonight, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with respect to equipment, it would not be, I don't think it would be proper management to hire the people and not have the equipment for them to do the job. And while we may gain some efficiencies in equipment because we're always working towards that and we do share equipment better than we ever did previously, there is not enough lag time in the equipment to allow another maintenance crew, a stumping crew, and a planting crew to be utilized doing that work until more equipment is purchased.
Okay.
With respect to the casual position, again, that's something that I'm more than happy to have ongoing discussions with the union on through labor management or the collective bargaining agreement process. But when we were asked to do this model to bring it to council, it was to bring in what services we have now, and that's the model that was presented in the report, which did not include seasonal Arborist 1 positions.
Okay, and I guess it's just because we didn't, it was the first time I've heard of it this evening, so we didn't know that that was possibly an option for that. My concern is that we've already lost a year, again, of tree maintenance, tree planting, everything that this department should be already doing, or we should have been doing, and I think that we've, far too long already let this fall to the wayside. And then when you were when you said about the contractors and when they're planting the trees, do they use the same diligence as the presenter here from Mississauga said tonight, that they test the soil, they have someone that knows the species and all that stuff? Does the contractors that we hire, do they have the same diligence when they're planting our trees for us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we work with members of our forestry team, we work with the NPCA, we work with the Vineland Research Center to test our soils and our parks before we plant the trees and before we select the species. So we feel that we've covered those bases, councillor. Can we do things better? Sure. But, and I also don't think we've lost a year of tree planting because we have been planting.
Sorry, I said tree planting, maintenance, like the whole package. As a department, we've lost this year already of that. And we're looking at saying, well, let's not do anything till 2027, another 2 years for the equipment to come in. So we're talking about another 3, maybe 4 years before we're even making any headway with this. So I hope to talk about this more at our meeting on November 20th to keep it in-house. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those would be my comments right now.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Just a few comments before. I'll be supporting the motion. I think this is an important debate that council needs to have during the budget process. And I appreciate it being referred to that meeting to make amendments. I do want to push back on one spot. Councillor Dodge, you had mentioned that we lost a year. I'm going to back up, Mr. Christie. I don't think we've lost anything. We haven't brought it in-house yet, and we've had some issues with respect to specifically the forest and arborist positions, which I think had to be a discussion, but the other services are all still being delivered. They're being delivered under a different model. So I don't think the city has lost in that respect. I think we've continued to deliver those services under a different model for the time being. And those services will continue to be offered under that model as long as council wants to offer it under that contracted out model. I do want to just take a moment to thank staff. A couple comments were made by one presenter just with respect to, and I felt perceived it to be kind of condescending to our staff, saying that they were looking for ways to not plant trees. And I will be blunt, our staff are not doing that, and to portray it that way is disingenuous. I think that's the most charitable way I could describe that. Our staff have been working their tails off, and I appreciate the fact that our tree canopy has increased, what was the number in 2014, 17%? To 22.4% in the intervening years. I think a lot of communities would be thrilled to have that level of success. So I'm going to applaud our staff for that work. And if council chooses to disagree with that public acknowledgement of our staff, I suppose that's their option, but I don't think anybody at this table would do that. I think it's very select individuals out there who might make that choice. With that, I'll turn it over to the clerk to call the roll. It's a recorded vote. It might be.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
No.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
Item 11.4, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Community Initiatives and Partnerships, Outdoor Pickleball Court Opportunities. Can I get a councillor to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Kushner. That Site A be approved as the location for an outdoor pickleball court in Burgoyne Woods, and that council endorse a funding application for an outdoor pickleball court in Burgoyne Woods to the Provincial Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund in advance of the October 2024 deadline. I will just let everybody know, I will be including the pickleball courts as a part of my budget. It is not a staff recommendation because this was brought from council and specifically for me, so it will be a part of my budget. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this report? Councillor Williamson.
Mayor, through you too, Mr. Christie, and that is in regard to expediting, because there's this huge demand for pickleball in the city, and the demand outstrips the supply, as we already know. What kind of timing could we expect on this if things all fall into place?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as indicated in the report, we have to follow the council and city approved processes that are involved in this, procurement and design and all of those kinds of things. So if all of those things all line up, and including the grant application being approved, we're looking at an official opening sometime in early to mid 2026, with construction starting potentially Q4 of 2025.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Director Christie, is the application for funding projected to fund the total cost?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the grant opportunity itself represents up to a 50% amount towards the total amount of the project.
Okay, so through you, if we endorse this funding application, are we indirectly approving that other 50%?
So no, you would be doing that when my budget comes forward if the council chooses not to remove it.
Okay.
This
All
is
right.
simply for the application. Until we have allocated the money in our capital budget, then it is not approved.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Christie, when you apply for the grant, do you have any idea when you'll get an answer as to how successful we are?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the application process is open, so there are no deadlines at the moment. I just checked the website again this morning to see if there was some sort of a deadline. Unfortunately, it's an open application process, so the best that we can do is to check in with whichever consultant we're aligned with, and just to get regular updates from them. We hope it's a quick turnaround, but we're never sure.
Okay. In response to Councillor Williamson's question, it seems like a really long time. I mean, these companies are putting these things in every day, and to me, I mean, it doesn't seem like there should be a lot of engineering to put in pickleball courts. If you say, well, I think the diagram shows 8, to be able to procure a company that does that, such as the one that did one in Welland, we saw that. A group, by the way, did present to the Recreation Master Plan Committee and requesting this, and they're very knowledgeable, and they indicated they'd certainly help organize. But to me, that time is a really, really long time, a year and almost 2 years to put something like that in. To me, you phone up the company and said, I want 8 of them, they should be able to do it, by the end of next year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if there was a question there. So I would agree with you that on the surface it's a lengthy process, but I would say this: this is the outputs that we're seeking here we can't get there without collaboration from the entire team. So our procurement folks, our procurement colleagues have other projects on the go. The engineering and design folks have other projects on the go. If it's the will of council, for example, to cancel park renewals and other wards so that we can move up pickleball in Burgoyne Woods, let us know. But otherwise, it's the schedule that we have to follow, unfortunately, and that's just the reality of it.
Mr. Christie, that is the first time I have seen you drop a hammer like that in council. But I appreciate, though, that you are being entirely honest. And that is, I will admit, I've fielded some questions about why it takes so long as well. But the reality is, CRCS has a full work plan. This is something additional to that work plan. And when we try and wedge additional projects into a work plan without providing additional staff resources, then they have to try and fit it into the staff resources that they have. So as much as I would prefer to have pickleball courts there tomorrow, it is going to take some time, and I think we have to understand there's a process. But council can make the decision. If all goes well, we get the grant, we allocate the money, and council wants to prioritize this project, we can also do that. That is a decision of this council. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess they said the grant application would be half of the cost, the other half would be coming from our budget. Is that correct? So I'm kind of on the board here with Councillor Garcia a little bit there. Again, yeah, the guys from Port Dalhousie. But would it be nice, I know the pickleball, it's for everyone, it's a smaller user group and other groups have done it. Would it be nice, or could the groups help fundraise to help bring in some of the money as well? Would that help in our budget process to move this forward? Just asking.
So while I appreciate the question, I want everybody to be very clear. The recommendation and the report today are speaking strictly to our ability to apply for this grant.
Okay.
So the grant is the only thing here. I mean, if there is a separate conversation that we want to have about fundraising, that's a separate conversation, but I don't think it has any bearing. The reality is, if we vote down this recommendation, we're saying, no, we don't want to go with the grant, we're going to go it alone. I think we want the grant if we can get it.
100%, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I will just briefly say, I do hope that we can all agree that grant money is better than no grant money and vote in favor of this evening because I do think it would be a net benefit. And as I have said, and Councillor Stevens said something there, and I'm going to push back a little bit against it. He said a very small user group. Pickleball has exploded in popularity. It is the fastest growing sport in North America right now. I didn't really understand how big until I happened to be in Miami and walked past a set of 8 courts fenced in sort of not higher end, like a fairly rundown area of Miami, and I happened to walk past it at 8 o'clock in the morning and it was full. And I walked past it when I was coming back at 11 o'clock in the morning, it was full. And then I went to a Marlins game and I came back at 11 o'clock at night and it was full. And it was just full the whole day. The courts were just rammed all day. So when we talk about a small group, I think it's bigger than people realize. And Councillor Dodge is trying to cut me off, so. Councillor Kushner, are you going to call the question?
Yes, but it was invented by a Canadian. Thank you.
It was invented by a Canadian. Okay, wonderful. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Absolutely.
Councillor Miller.
Absolutely.
Councillor Dodge.
For sure.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes, because it's in my ward.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Indubitably.
And that's carried.
Item 11.5, the Niagara Olympic Track and Field Grant. I've come around on that and I've decided that if you clap after the vote is done, you're not influencing anything, so rock on. I think you can't. Okay. The Niagara Olympic Track and Field Club grant application support, that has been deferred to a future meeting. We're on to 11.7, which is P21003 Ontario Street Underground Improvement, additional funding for emergency sewer sections. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the report? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Williamson. The report is up on the screen. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, queries? So I've got, just give me 1 second. Councillor Garcia and then Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Martuccio, I just want to understand the implications of this for RR 87, since we just spent a lot of time working on RR 87. Which, for those of you that don't know these numbers, that's Main Street and Lakeport Road and Port Lucie, and the other one is Ontario Street. So if we transfer these funds to Ontario Street, which you're saying is because of an emergency repair, what are the implications to Main Street? Does that mean that when the region is ready to redo it, it's going to be delayed, or is?
Through the mayor to the councillor, currently Main Street is not in the short forecast for the region for reconstruction. Therefore, when it is time for that project to move forward with the region, we will be rebudgeting through the next budget cycles for those projects to move forward.
Thank you, and just for everybody's understanding, so even though it's a regional road and the region is resurfacing, repairing, the sewers underneath are our responsibility.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the local infrastructure on Main Street, such as the sewers and the water main, as well as some of the active transportation or sidewalk works, are the responsibility of the city. And when the region does move forward with the capital works plans there, we will be rebudgeting in future years in conjunction with their planned timing.
Okay, and on Ontario Street, this is for the section that hasn't been redone yet. Is that what we're talking about?
That through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's correct. That's the section we're talking about right now is where the city has been replacing the water main on Ontario Street. As we were doing some of that work, it came to light that some of the sewer infrastructure was in fairly poor condition and required replacement as well.
So we're not going to be tearing up on any of what they just finished. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Martuccio, just for clarification, so the region actually hasn't started reconstruction in Ontario. We went in ahead of time to do mainly the water main, and then we discovered the issues with the sewer Am I right in that?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councilor, that's correct. The condition of the water main was in such a condition that we couldn't wait for the region's reconstruction project. It's been moved out. Currently, it's scheduled for 2028. We couldn't wait that long to replace the infrastructure, so we had to go in ahead of time to do our work.
So it's too bad we didn't coordinate. And then looking at the map of the sections that we have to replace on the sewer, these are older sections than the other sections? Some of it's already been done? We don't need to do the whole length of, like all the way from the highway to Carlton Street?
Through the mayor to the councilor, based on the CCTV inspection that we just recently did, we're just replacing the sections of sewer that are at risk of collapse.
So we can't anticipate immediate problems or near-term problems in the other sections?
Through the inspections that we did not see any immediate concerns with the rest of the infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindo.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
11.8 municipal works costing for the rehabilitation of George Taylor Field. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this report? Councillor Miller, Councillor Lindell. Just give me 1 second here. Is there anybody's, can we turn off Councillor? All right, so are there any questions or comments to this report? I will just point out this report is similar to the pickleball report in that this is a request for the grant application. Councillor Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's what I was just going to say. My question was the same as on the pickleball. I just want to make sure we're not approving the extra money that depends on whether you put it on the capital budget or not.
That is correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is, just for clarity, so everybody understands, this is another project. This was driven by council. This was not a staff project. And so I will be bringing it forward in my budget to allow council to make the decision as to whether to proceed or not. This report, however, again, is simply to allow us to make application to the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund. Voting in favor of this would be voting in favor of the grant application. Okay? Are there any other questions or comments? All right, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Of course.
Councillor McPherson.
Certainly.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Moving on to item 12, which is motions. The first one is a special start time for the council budget meeting of November the 6th, 2024. Moving the motion, I have Councillor McPherson. Can I have a seconder for this? Councillor Kushner. This is to allow for the Tourism St. Catharines annual general meeting to be held for the November 6th date. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this? Seeing none, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindo.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, so the next one is a motion of mine, but I'm going to ask Councillor Phillips, do you want to take this motion so that we don't have to switch spots? Or Councillor Ratzlaff, or, okay, so Councillor Ratzlaff and Councillor Dodge will put as the mover and seconder for this. I think this one is pretty safe. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to it, but I mean, essentially the intention was to align the region with what we're trying to accomplish. So if there are any speakers to the motion, Councilor Rassaf, do you want to wait to go last? Okay, Councilor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, and I guess I'm asking you this question, but is there any time frame on this? Like, it's kind of like open.
This, if passed, will be sent as correspondence, and I will raise it at the meeting when it's raised as correspondence.
So when you do that, will you be putting a time frame on that? Like,
Yes.
Okay. And what would that be?
I'm going to have a discussion with regional staff about what an appropriate time frame would be. I mean, I'm asking them to make sure their active transportation plans are complementary to ours, so it obviously will take time, but I'm going to have that conversation, and I'm happy to come back to council and have that discussion when the time comes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Williamson, and we're not taking 19 years.
Thank you. I fully support this. The region has had an active transportation master plan since 2017, but I guess it's a matter of them actually implementing it and coordinating it effectively with us. And I should also remind people that we end up paying for all the sidewalks and the active transportation infrastructure that goes along with it. So there's certainly a reason for these things to be coordinated and communications to happen between the region, the lower tier and the upper tier levels of government. And I appreciate you doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson. I will say I can give some credit to our regional council colleagues from St. Catharines. They have been fairly actively engaged with this and have encouraged this to come forward. They want to see it happen. So, Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I just think it's one of the biggest barriers in our active transportation master plan. And regional roads are the spine routes through our city, and there's a ton of room on many of them. That it's just a matter of paving those curbs and putting up protected bike lanes. The only note I'll make is like there will have to be coordination, especially at intersections where regional and city roads meet. And I'm sure staff at the region and the city are aware that some coordination is going to have to be had when at those intersections, because that is also probably the most dangerous spot on the road, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you're any user of the road. It's the conflict points. So yeah, maybe just note that as directive that we'll work our best to cooperate with the region to make it happen.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, so we have calls for notice of motion. We have a call, Councilor McPherson is putting forward a notice of motion regards using tax rate stabilization funds to allow for immediate additional grass cutting and shrub clearing in Fairview Park. That would be over and above our normal service level. That came out of a walkthrough of the park and some of the issues that we're currently dealing with in that park. So that'll be at the next meeting. If anybody wishes to be the seconder on that, I'm sure Councillor McPherson would be willing to take that. Are there any other notices of motion? All right, seeing none. Are there any report requests? I know I do have one. Councillor Williamson.
A request for report on us establishing a lobbyist registry. The region already has one, and this is about enhancing accountability and transparency. It's a good safeguard tool. Anytime we can, we should improve our level of openness. Now, my understanding is, through the clerk was kind enough to inform me that there already is a request for us to tie in with the region on a lobbyist registry. So I guess this would be kind of supplemental to that.
Yeah, I think whatever report comes back, we'll offer that as an option.
Thank you.
And I will say, I think that was the intention at the region, that local areas could tie into that registry if necessary. I will also say that some folks in the region are treating it in that way, and I've noticed some people have registered on there, specifically to be able to speak to local area issues. So I think some are already using it in that manner, but I think something that is formalized between us and the region is a good step. So that's a report request coming forward. Are there any other report requests? All right then, just a show of hands, all in favor of the report request? Opposed? That's carried. No closed session, glory be. No motion arising from closed session. The bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to F be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and clerk. Mover and seconder, Stevens and McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Additional bylaws, can I have a councilor to move the motion? Councilor Miller.
Sorry, I missed this. The two items pulled from consent, did we just pull and endorse, and that was fine? We didn't need to bring them up again?
Yeah, we did all those. Okay, so we have the additional bylaw A. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councilor McPherson and Councilor Phillips. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Who wants it? Councilor Kushner, Councilor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night.